All right. I think we're live. It's a big day. It's a big day. It's happening. It's happening. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Oh my God. Fucking hell. Early stream. Early daytime stream. It had to be done. I don't mean to alarm you, but it looks like 11th edition has just fully leaked. There are some extenuating circumstances and some caveats and whatnot, but it basically has fully leaked. And I have the leaks. And all that kind of good stuff. I didn't leak it, by the way. I'm just picking up what someone else has leaked. So there you go. It's on the if you guys want a link, it's on the Warhammer competitive subreddit. Right now, go and check it out. And so obviously this is the biggest news of the year so far. The biggest news of the year so far. It's here. Look, I've not even shaved today. I've just quickly done my hair and jumped on the camera. Where's the car? Bring back the car. Do we have a source? Yeah, the fucking pictures, bro. We got the fucking pictures. Now, we've got, there's some extenuating circumstances, all right? It's leaked. It's leaked in French. But thanks to the power of AI, and I know all of you AI haters are like, maybe it was. Right now, everyone who's anti-AI is like, maybe I judged you too harshly. Because thanks to the power of translation, AI translation, you can read it. Read it, no problems. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go through. We're going to take a look at all of it. We're going to judge things, whether they're good, bad, ugly, all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, like it's actually here. So I'm just looking. I've got maybe another way of presenting it. I'm just going to show you guys what we've got, right? But yeah, just double check something. Yeah, so basically, I'll show you, right? So the rules are fully leaked in French, obviously. Now, obviously, I don't speak that much French, you know. I know omelette de fromage, as many people in my generation do know. But fortunately, we do have the ability to just basically put it into translate. And it works all right. And someone has actually already done that, and all I've done is basically take the translation that they did and just shoved it into a Google Drive, into a Google document here, and so we can go through. Now, of course, there is going to be an element of like AI hallucination and stuff like that. So, you know, there might be there might be a few bits that aren't 100% accurate. But I think generally speaking, this is gonna be 99% accurate. Do you know what I mean? Like there might be one or two little changes here. So yeah, one or two little hallucinations, but generally speaking, I think this is pretty much on the money. So we have the full blown leaks. It's leaking everywhere, in and around my mouth. So yeah, and I'm going to share it all with you today. Hello, you. My cat's saying hello. Are you coming? My cat's come for the leaks as well. So we're going to share. I'm going to share all of it with what I've got to share with you today. Again, I've not leaked this. I've just picked up the leaks where they've been posted, essentially. If you want to find the leaks, it's all over the Warhammer competitive subreddit right now. So you could honestly, like, if you don't want to wait for me to go through it, that's where you can find it. You know, as I always say, you know, as I always say, I'm not a particularly good content creator. If I was a good content creator, I wouldn't tell you where to find this stuff, so you'd have to watch it here. But that's bullshit. So if you want to find it, it's on Warhammer Competitive subreddit. Go nuts, all right? Stick around for the show if you want to. Go and read at your heart's content there if you want to, all right? There you go. Come on, at the end of the day of a war game, that's exactly what I would do, right? So, yeah, so we're going to go through. We'll give a chance for people to like jump into the stream and everything, and all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, basically, full 11th edition leaks are now here. GW running around, pants on fire. There's a leak. There's a leak. And yeah, there you go. So I can't wait for all this video in the next 2 hours. I mean, I'm surprised Auspex hasn't got one out already, right? So these have been out for about an hour now. It took me a moment to realize that it was all legit and everything. So yeah, yeah, there you go. So we've got we've got the leaks, and I'll be showing you guys, and we'll be going through them and everything. So what we've got is the core rules. And we've got the missions as well. I don't think the missions have been translated yet. So that might, we might that, but I'm sure over the course of this whole thing, they will eventually get translated. They might, but I'll have to check. I'll have to check how it's going. But yeah, basically, we've got the full rules. Got them translated from French to English. And you guys, you just ask what you want. Just basically, just ask me what you want to know, and I will see if I can find it for you. Okay, you know, I'm sure some people will want to know specific things. Some people might just want to go through it in like order. But basically, you know, I think the best way of doing this is, you know, ask, and I will see, and I will try and find what you're looking for in the documents. Yeah, and then if no one's got any specific questions, we can just like scroll through it. Yeah. All right, got a few super chat stuff going here. Big thank you to Kane, my boy. Thank you for the 20 gifted messages, baby. Yes. Thank you, the 20 gifted messages, man. We are going in with the first wave. Means more leaks for us to read. You smash the entire air. You kill anything that doesn't want to play 11th edition. You get me? We get you, sir. There we are. There we are. Thank you so much, man. And Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. Show us the cat, you pleb. And you're the best content creator on YouTube. Fight me if you disagree. Okay, I'm gonna have to fight because I don't think I'm the best content creator on YouTube. Like, let's be real here. It's pretty disorganized and shoddy. Hey man, I just do it my way. It's kind of funny. I was actually thinking about this earlier today. I was like, you know, should I like try and be a bit more professional, up my game in certain areas, blah blah. And I just decided like no, because then it would stop being fun. You know, it's not being fun. Thank you. There you go. Ed Bay, thanks you. We want a link. We want a link. We want a link. Go over to, dude. I'm not going to give you a fucking link. Okay. Go over to the Warhammer competitive subreddit if you want to find it. All right. It's not that hard. Go and do it. I have to be a bit careful with like, you know, with links and stuff. All right. So you just got to, I can tell you how to find it. I just can't necessarily give you the direct link myself. All right. All right, so go. I'm not going to endorse laziness, okay? I'm not going to endorse laziness. You're going to have to go and basically, you have to go and go to Warhammer Competitive if you want to find the physical version. All right, there you go. Does there seem to be any evidence of being able to mix armies like Death Guard forces with detachments within Chaos Space Marines, or combining Blood Angel detachment with Imperial Fists? Let's have a look. So I guess we could try and like find detachment. Maybe it's not. Surely it's got to be. Oh, maybe it's because of the way it's been copy and pasted. Yeah, okay. Let's have a look. So we got any evidence of like ally? I guess it would be under allies, wouldn't it? Doesn't seem to be, although it seems like the it's not finding everything. Detach. No, I don't see anything. Let's have a look at what we've. I don't think it's covered in here. That might not be covered in the core rules. That might actually be covered in like some sort of like tournament companion or something that's not leaked yet. Armies. I'm kind of... This is talking about, like, bodyguard and shit. Let's have a look. No, that's advanced rules, abilities. I'm not seeing it. Choose. Maybe. That'd be near the beginning, wouldn't it? I don't know. I don't think... I'm not sure, man. Faction. I don't know. It doesn't seem to... I'm not seeing any indication that you can mix things. I think it's more the mechanical rules that we've got here. Seems to be we've got the core mechanical rules rather than the rather than like army building, but I think that must come in like the tournament companion or whatever. Army construction, disposition. Woman, that's a good. Dis. Po. It mustn't be. Like I said, it must be in the. It might be the AI's translated the word to something else. Yeah. Ally stuff is listed in the specific rules for each faction. Ah, there you go. So these are the core rules. So that wouldn't be covered in here. All right, there you go. So in the core rules, there's nothing that we can find to do with allies or mixing and matching or anything like that. Yeah, nothing like that. So there you go. All right. Let's have a look here. Silent Warrior, thank you for the 47 months, man. Xbox, baby, a legendary live stream to wake up to. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's a big day. It's a big day. It looks like there's a lot of, big changes. One of the ones people are talking about is like Twin Link. Twin Link looks kind of fucked. Yeah. Yeah, it does look. It looks like there's some good stuff in it, some bad stuff in it. I've not even read this yet, by the way. This is I literally saw it, glanced over it. It looked pretty fucking legit to me, and then we've just gone for it. All right. There you go. If you want to find the rules, they're on the Warhammer competitive subreddit. There you go. There you go. So what we got here? No more memes. Thank you for super chat. I was so fucking right. Nobody can say wait and see. What were you right about? What were you right about? Yeah. Well, so when's the first battle port with Simon? Simon's maybe soon, but he's on holiday right now, so I might not be able to do it. Well, he's not on holiday right now. He's going on holiday soon, so he might not be back. He might not be free in time to do one before we go away. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure something out. So Twin Linked, apparently, there's a bit of disagreement about Twin Linked. Some people think it's changed to +1 to wounds. Some people think it has remained as reroll wounds. So, can we find Twin Linked? So I think there's some people that are like translating things like differently. Using different like translation softwares and stuff. And according to this translation that we've got here, it's still reroll the wound. But we know what? We can always double check it. Can we find... Because we've got the raw rules here. They're just in French. So we can always try and... If anyone speaks French in the chat, if they could confirm it one way or another, right? So we're going to have to look for... Obviously, I don't read French, but I can... well, I read French very, very badly. But I feel like if we get down to, like, special rules, we'll be able to sort of eyeball what a special rule looks like. Let's have a look. Remain mobile, movement normal, movement and advance move, fallback move. Let's have a look. Consolidate. All of the core stratagems are here. We're looking for special rules. Okay, terrain movement. I think it's going to be a bit lower down than that. Intervention heroic. That's kind of funny. Movement, disembark, deployment movement. Okay, here you go. I think this is where we get ignore cover. All right. So I guess we have to try and figure out what twin linked would be in French. Agent Solitaire, such a cool name for Lone Op. That. Would it? Deflagration. That must be torrent. Maybe, unless that's something else. Deflagration could be something new. Right? Deflagration X. So on I'll zoom in a little bit. So on what do we think that is? Blast? Ah, blast. Ah, very good. Very, very good. Yeah, yeah. All right. So we're looking for like oh yeah, torrent is just torrent. Yeah, okay, fair, 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 fair. So they still seem to be in alphabetical order. So it'd be like a J for twin link, jumelle. So I might have gone past it before. Let's have a look. Oh, there you go. So here you go. There you go. That's what it says in French. The AI has translated it to reroll wound. Anyone who speaks French can now confirm it. There you go. Reroll wound. There you are. There you are. There you go. See, we've got some French-speaking people in the chat. That's always we'll turn a blind eye to it this one time. But yeah, there you go. So it seems like twin linked is still reroll to wound. There you go. I'm Belgian server, speak French. I'll let you off. I'll let you off. In your translation, Lance was +1, so it can differentiate. Yeah. So I think this one does know the difference between +1 and reroll and all that kind of stuff. Like I said, there might be some AI translation. So all of the AdMech people, you can now come off Suicide Watch. It's fine. Your twin link is still reroll to wound. There you are. The French leak the rules. Please love it. I tell you what, chat. Does the French leaking the Warhammer 11th edition rules make up for being cheesy surrender monkeys in World War II? I think it does. I think we can now scrub that national shame from the French. France, welcome back. Welcome back. All is forgiven. There you go. I'm sorry, Spriggs. It sounds about right. There you go. It makes up for it. Stop spamming, Spriggs. Come on now. Yeah, go on. Like 10 times was enough. 20 times, too beaucoup. All right. Only if they leak 12th edition as well. Okay. No, well, I'll tell you what. Well, no, I'm gonna say this counts. All right. All right. What have we got here? Bobby Paul. Thank you for super chat. There should be a translator at the top bar. On here. So I don't think it works. I'll double check, but I had a look for it. I think there's some like limitations on it. So you can't actually just yeah, there's been some like limitations that have been put on the document by the person that's leaked it. Maybe they do it to like protect themselves or something. But there's nothing on the top bar that allows you to basically translate it. So you have to use a bit of AI essentially. If you open it as an actual PDF software, it's translated. I mean, I can try, bro. Let me have a look. Hey, if I can, I'll give it a go. All right. I've just jumped on live with, you know, with it. So let me have a look. Honestly, man, it's not doing it. open a new tab. Nah, it's not doing it, bro. Honestly, I just double checked it. Maybe I'm doing it wrong or anything, but I don't want to fanny about with it. I think we've kind of proven that the translation here has worked pretty well. So yeah. Anyone who wants the link, it's on Warhammer community. It's on Warhammer community. It's on Warhammer competitive Reddit. There you go. Maybe someone the Reddit post someone opened it in Adobe Acrobat on mobile. Well, that won't really help me hard. I appreciate the information, Hardcore Pilot, but that won't really help me because obviously I'm not streaming it on mobile, am I? But yeah, it's good to know. Yeah, indirect. Oh, so indirect has changed a bit, but it's basically I think what people expected. Okay, so 1 minute. Let's have a look. Okay, so you can't fire indirect fire weapons if you are in close combat. You can't fire indirect fire weapons if you've made an advance move this turn. And you have to have an indirect fire weapon to be able to fire an indirect fire weapon, obviously. Fucking GW. Indirect fire weapons, the target gets the benefit of cover, so that means they're going to be -1 ballistic skill. You cannot re-roll any hit rolls with indirect fire. Yeah. And an unmodified roll of a 1 to 5 always fails unless your unit remains stationary this turn and the target is visible to one or more friendly units, in which case an unmodified hit roll of 1 to 3 fails. So it's been pretty badly nerfed. It's been pretty badly nerfed. So you can't, if your basilisk is locked in combat, you can't indirect fire it out. Although big guns may still allow that, but I don't think so. I think indirect still would just stop that. Even if you've got like assault, you can't advance an indirect fire. So if you like Tau with smart missile systems, it's got like indirect fire. You can't mont car and use your smart missile systems anymore. The enemy gets the benefit of cover. And the enemy gets the benefit of cover. So even though unmodified 1 to 3 always fails, but successes can still be modified. So you still basically, if you've got let's say you've got like a field ordnance battery that stayed still, it's got ballistic skill 5+. It's got heavy, which gives it +1 to hit. It would still only hit on a 5+ unless you had an order. Because the successes can be modified. It's just the fails that can't be modified. So, yeah, basically, indirect fire has been nerfed because you can't get any rerolls, and you still can only hit on a 4+, which kind of contradicts. I mean, I've actually lost track now of how many times someone on Warhammer community has told me this I can do something and then I can't do it. Yeah. Because Warhammer community said that, oh, you could use the stratagem on the Exorcist to actually hit better now than you do in 10th edition. And that turns out to be not true. That turns out to be not true. So you basically indirect fire, how it has changed from 10th to 11th is you now cannot use rerolls on it. You cannot use rerolls on it, and you need to use spotting units. So it's way less effective. It's way less effective. Yeah, no, this really is bullshit. Only on fives, even if you're spotting. Exactly. In order to be able to get your guard artillery back to hitting on fours, you now need to have an order, so that's attacks, and you have to have a spotting unit, so that's attacks as well. So yeah, indirect fire, like, to be honest, man, indirect fire is kind of pointless. Yeah, it's kind of pointless. Because, like, at that point, why wouldn't you just direct fire? Why wouldn't you just, rather than fucking around with all that tax, why wouldn't you just take a unit that direct fires effectively? Yeah. So I'm not, it's not like totally pointless. You know, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's getting to the point now where it's like, there's so much tax involved in making it work. You might just be better off taking just more direct fire stuff. Yeah. If they make it super cheap, maybe. Yeah, if it's super cheap, maybe. It's still like immersive, don't get me wrong. I do like the idea of one unit calling in an artillery strike and all that kind of stuff. But I think they probably should have, personally, I think they probably should have had it where it wasn't an unmodified hit roll. It just goes back to hitting on its base ballistic skill. Like, I would have totally been okay if they were like, if you've got no spotting units, you only hit on sixes, like unmodified sixes. If you have a spotting unit, then you would go back to your normal ballistic skill. I think that would have been a good way of doing it. But now it feels like it's just one too many, like, faffing about, fucking about kind of bits. Yeah. It's a little it's a little faffy now. I don't know. And, like, look, as a guard player, I love it when I get cheap units, don't get me wrong. But it's not quite that simple anymore. GW being like, okay, we've nerfed the fuck out of indirect fire, but we're gonna make it like much cheaper now. It's like, yeah, but your prices are fucking ridiculous, GW. So making things much cheaper now isn't quite the same, and making things cheaper in game isn't quite the same incentive as it once was. Yeah. Isn't quite isn't quite as effective. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. All right, what do we got here? Marold, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. Marold, as always, I raise my glass to you, mate. You're a good lad. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. I feel sad now because someone at GW is getting fired. I mean, yeah, I guess. It's never good anyone losing their job. I was going to be kind of cruel and kind of callous and be like, well, that's what you get, but for working at GW. But at the end of the day, if someone does get fired over this, it's not good because losing a job is never a good thing. Yeah. Or never a pleasant experience. Yeah. Bobby Paul, thank you for super chat. GW rigging the guard to Imperial Agents tier. I don't think it's quite that bad, guys, but I have to say, it's been a few hammer blows recently. You know, the Centaur coming out at 85 points, the Hippogriff having a bunch of shit weapons and being too expensive. Yarrick getting nerfed into the fucking dirt. Now indirect fire getting taken out back. It's definitely it's it's definitely less. There's been better times. You know what? There's been better times. Yeah. So what's to know about Field No Pain? Yeah, just ask any questions and I'll do my best to like, you know, find, you know, pick bits. Because everyone's gonna be interested in different bits. So just kind of like just shout it out what you want. I'll try and pick them up from regular chat. Obviously, if you're absolutely desperate, you know, you can always do like a super chat, but no pressure. Like, I'll try and pick what I can up out of regular chat, you know. All right. What do we got here? So it's insensible to pain. I think that's just the AI translation to the feel no pain. The ability always takes the form of insensible to pain X Each time model's ability is good to lose a wound. Roll 1d6 on X plus that wound is not lost. So, I mean, that just seems like it works like it does now. Yeah, so I think basically you roll your saves, you assign the saves, and then you roll the feel no pains. Yeah. Yeah. What if all the things I revealed to you and you keep this secret? Hey, look, dude, I didn't leak this, man. I didn't leak this. I've just picked up the leaks from somewhere else, but I didn't leak this. If you want Valrak to fucking leak this, or you want to leak it, fucking check out Warhammer Competitive. It's all over there, man. Yeah, it's all over there. There you go. What have we got next? No more memes. Thanks so much. Hammer of the Emperor to hammered by the Emperor. Yeah, man. Seems to be. So we're asking about aircraft. Oh, that's interesting. So obviously the translation's going to be a little, you know, it's going to be a little wacky in places. But certain aircraft are equipped with vectoral thrust engines or anti-gravity technology allowing to hover in place, ideal for tracking prey or deploying embarked troops. Each time this unit takes off, do not subtract 2 from the maximum distance. So I think that's I don't quite know exactly what that is, but maybe that's hover. So if you're an aircraft that hovers, you don't need to -2 from the movement. If you so there's kind of like a different so aircraft fly and aircraft that hover don't need to take -2 off for going over terrain. That looks kind of good. That's all right. That's a nice little thing. Let's see if we can find more about aircraft. So I think aerodromes is probably aircraft, right? I think aircraft is finding out the translation of it. No idea why MG's not sharing the doc. Well, like why I've got, this is the version that I've got. If you've got a better version, man, like share it and we'll see if we can use that version instead. It's just, look, I've literally just got this hot off the presses. It's the whole situation is still unfolding. If by the time, partway through the stream, there will probably be better translations and stuff that are coming out and stuff. All right. So like, we're still going to be like, it's a developing situation. Okay. Let's have a look here. So this looks like the aircraft rules we've got here. So aircraft must be placed in strategic reserve. Aircraft units are only able to make an arrival move. They're not eligible for other types of movement. That must be coming in from reserve. At the end of the opposing turn, all aircraft units from the army that are on the battlefield must be placed in reserve. Sick! Guys, aircraft, they arrive, and at the end of the opponent's turn, they come off. So they don't... oh, that's so good! I think flyers are back, baby. I think flyers are back. That's so good. So that's kind of like Horus Heresy. They do that, the strafing runs and stuff. Chucks away, boys! Swing my prop, Algie! There you go. That's so good, man. Valkyries are back, boys. Lighter Corps assemble. Avenger Strike fires. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, that looks pretty good. There's going to be more to it than that. There's going to be like, more, there's going to be more like details and stuff. But just generally speaking, that alone is such a good change. That alone is such a good change, though. Yeah. Send me 1 minute. Send me to the black ships. Did I not predict months ago that 11th edition was going to make flyers great again? Did I not predict this, chat? Because I said, look at what is bad now and look at what hasn't been fixed throughout the edition. And then that is going to get fixed in the next edition. Aircraft have been wallowing since day 1 of 10th edition. GW's done that on purpose. And now they brought them back for 11th. There you go. That's what they do, boys. That's what they do. It's all how they, they manage the money. They create the hype. There you go. There you are. Each time a unit makes any type of movement, its model can move through aircraft. That makes sense. They're up in the sky. Each time it makes an insertion, consolidation, or momentum move, not quite sure what momentum might be, unless a unit can fly when making that move, ignore. Okay, so no, it's just saying you ignore the aircraft because they're actually flying like above the sky. Being engaged with only one or more aircraft units does not prevent a unit from being eligible to make a normal or advanced move. Huh. Hang on a second. Does that mean like aircraft can just like move out of combat? Well, I guess they would do, wouldn't they? Because they've got to like come out. They've got to like go off the board again. So you can't charge an aircraft, lock it in combat, and stop it from doing uppy downy. Right? I think that's what it's saying. Is that what it's saying, chat? Or what do you think? Or they can only be in combat with other flyers? Being engaged with only one or more aircraft units does not prevent a unit from being eligible to make a normal advance move. Or maybe aircraft units are not eligible to declare a charge. They can only make melee attacks that target them. Yeah, okay. So I think basically the aircraft can't charge ever. And it can only respond to if it gets charged. And I think the aircraft remember, there's a bit of AI not necessarily hallucination, but wonkiness going on here. So I think it means that you can't like try and lock an aircraft up in your turn. Let's say your opponent's brought an aircraft in and you charge it with like, let's say some jump back intercessors. You can't stop the aircraft from doing, if you don't kill it, you can't stop the aircraft from going off the board again at the end of your turn. That seems to be the way, that's the kind of the way that I'm interpreting it, but I could be wrong. Yeah. So no aircraft melee. It seems to be. Yeah, it seems to be. There might be, obviously, there might be exceptions to this. Like people are, I mean, what does that mean for the Helldrake? Because the Helldrake's meant to be quite good at melee, but maybe the Helldrake now is like, it uses those claws to like defend itself rather than to like attack. Maybe. I'm not sure. Plunging fire has no effect on attacks made by or targeting aircraft units. Ah, that's a shame. So aircraft, I had kind of presumed that aircraft would always have plunging fire turned on, but it turns out that they can't. Yeah. Yeah, so no, it's they don't have the plunging fire. That's a shame. I think that might get changed. I do think aircraft should start with should always have plunging fire, except against other aircraft. Yeah. There you go. Why do you want me to move my head? I ain't moving my head. I'm not moving my head, Dirty. That's a strange request. All right, what do we got here? What do we got? You want the URL? I think it's just guys, it's on Warhammer Reddit. I don't know how you guys can't fucking find this thing, man. Let me have a look. Honestly, you fucking like, what is up with you fucking people? It's right, guys, it's right there. Just go and fucking find it. Just go and fucking find it. You want the translated one? I'm not giving you the translated one. That's on my bloody drive. You can fuck off. No way. Bloody, you guys trying to like, oh, 4 gigs of RAM. That should about do it. 4 gigs of RAM should do it. You guys trying to fucking hack my fucking Google Drive. Fuck that, man. No. In fact, I'm taking some of the URL away from you now. There you go. 1 minute. Sit 1 minute. Where is it? Let me. Can I do that? Don't think that's working. 1 minute. Oh, that's because I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, that's right. There you go. There you go. All right, there you are. Let's have a look. Boo, rude, boo. Hey, I'm not getting fucking hacked. You guys can fuck off. No way. We just want to be given the things like looking spoon feeders. Just fucking go on Warhammer competitive Reddit. It's right there, guys. All right, it's right there. All right. What have we got here? Trevor, thank you for the super chat. Valkyrie meta in 11th. I was okay. So I was pretty. I don't think Valkyries will be good. And I tell you why I don't think Valkyries will be good. Because they only have ballistic skill 4+. And so they don't get, and so they won't get orders, and they won't get plunging fire. So they're just going to hit on 5s all the time. So I'm not sure Valkyries are going to be much better, but I think other like flyers out there. Are there flyers out there which have got like torrent flamers and stuff? Or if you hit on 3, basically, like as base, you'll probably be okay. Oh, I tell you what. They've only gone and done it again. Those fucking Tau. Those fucking Tau boys. Because guess what? They can bloody marker light things, and that boosts the flyers. I keep it. 11th edition is the Tau edition. I'm saying it right now. 11th edition is the Tau edition. Literally, they get everything. Tau flyers hitting on bloody, hitting on 3s, ignoring cover, no dramas whatsoever. Maybe with like lethal hits, maybe with sustained hits. You know, compare that to fucking guard flies hitting on 5s with fucking nothing. Crazy. There you are. Because all confirmed that 11th is built on 10th and not a new refresh. It is definitely built on 10th. A couple of shoots ago, you said 11th was a melee edition. So 11th edition is not entirely a melee edition. But 11th edition is still very, very good for a lot of melee armies. But there's specific. I've refined my opinion now, which is I think that there's specific kinds of shooting which is going to be good, but I think there's going to be it's going to be in a small minority of shooting is going to be good, and I think the vast majority of shooting is going to be weaker. And we've already seen the evidence of this in the live bat reports that GW did. With like, you know, that first one with the space was like how piss poor like gladiator lancers and stuff do. So there's going to be basically specific shooting is good, but generally speaking, melee is going to be good. Yeah. That's what melee will be more straightforward, a more smooth brain. Shooting will be, if you have certain tools to get it back to good, you'll be great. If you don't, it'll be shit. Yeah. All right, what do we got? So, what do we got here? Longu Grungus, thank you for super chat, man. So how do terrain rules actually play out? Are we really using whatever we want, or do different ruins and trees and whatnot have rules? That's a great question. Shall we see if we can find some stuff on terrain? Okay. So visibility, a line of sight is used to determine visibility between models. For a model to have line of sight, it must be possible to draw a straight imaginary line 1 millimeter thick from any part of that model to any part of the observed model. This is the line of sight. When doing so, ignore other models of the observed models unit and those in the observed models unit. Other models and units can be either visible or entirely visible to the observed model as shown opposite. Note that terrain applies additional visibility rules. Okay, so it's kind of how it works now. If you want to know what the difference between visible and entirely visible, that's for determining cover. So if you're visible, it means that you could be seen, but at least a part of your model or part of your base is in cover. So you get the benefit of cover. If you're entirely visible, it means that not every model in the unit is in cover. So so to get the benefit of cover on a unit now, every model has to be in that unit has to be partially in terrain. Yeah. Placing terrain. Before the battle, place selection terrain features on the battlefield using one or more of the following methods. Place defined boundary, a base or mat, whatever you want. And then place one or more terrain features entirely within that boundary. Place one terrain feature directly on the battlefield. Place two terrain features on or directly against the battlefield so the players can define an area. In each case, the other battlefield occupies boundary or terrain feature is called terrain zone. The mission deployment map may define the placement dimension of each terrain zone. Otherwise, the players will agree on the matter before the battle. So I think that means like the terrain zone is the board that we're playing on. I think. Terrain categories. Each terrain feature belongs to a terrain category, which can affect the movement and visibility of models. Below are examples of types of terrain features that fall into the category. Exposed. Exposed terrain offers meager protection to the most desperate troops and can be crossed without difficulty. Examples: craters, barbed wire, scattered debris. Light. Light terrain can provide cover against attacks but won't slow the enemy or offer lasting defense. Examples: barricades, low wall statues. Dense. Dense terrain is an obstacle to the mightiest war machines and can shelter entire squads. Examples: buildings, ruins, armor containers, and woods. Okay. Terrain and movement. Models can move through different types of terrain. Features are followed. Exposed. All models can move horizontally and vertically through exposed and light terrain. Dense. Infantry, beast, swarm. Infantry, beast, swarm, mobile. Mobile is probably a dodgy translation. Can move horizontally through dense terrain features. Infantry, beast, swarm. Models can move vertically through dense terrain features. So it's very similar to how it is now. It's very, very similar. Other models can move horizontally through dense terrain features, provided that all sections of the feature through which the model's base passes are 2 inches or less in height. Otherwise, the moving model must move vertically to climb onto or descend from such sections. Okay, now that's interesting. Okay. Mobile is a thing. It's a new keyword. Oh, okay, cool. Mobile's mentioned in Votan. Oh, okay, cool. Maybe it replaces like mounted and stuff. Yeah. Mounted, bike, yeah, just put it all under mobile. That's all right. So basically, in 10th edition, you had battlefield debris. And battlefield debris often took like 2 inches of movement off going over it. And now, battlefield debris doesn't do that. So if it's crater, barbed wire, scattered debris, barricades, low walls, statues, even statues, so big statues, right? They don't slow you down in any way, shape, or form. They give you the benefit of cover, but they don't slow you down in any way, shape, or form. And dense terrain, and dense terrain, if it's over 2 inches, that starts slowing you down. That's where you have to start going up and over it and stuff. All right. What have we got else? Terrain visibility can affect. Terrain can affect visibility through the application or not of the cover benefit, hidden, obscuring, or solid rules. Ooh, solid. Interesting. Cover benefit. Each time a range attack targets unit, if any model in that unit fulfills one or more of the following conditions, the unit has the benefit of cover. The model has the infantry beast swarm keywords within the terrain zone. The model is not entirely visible to the attacking model due to one or more interposing terrain features and one or more interposing obscuring terrain zones. So not all terrain is obscuring. Ah, interesting. Interesting indeed. All right. So, if we go down to obscuring, terrain zones that contain one or more light or dense terrain features are obscuring terrain zones. If all lines of sight drawn between two models cross one or more obscuring terrain zones, except for obscuring terrain zones in which one or more or both these models are located, those two models are not visible to each other. So basically, there is a difference between exposed and light. I thought exposed and light seemed basically like the same thing, but no. So you have, so you know you've got your footprints, your terrain areas, right? You've got your terrain areas. Depending on what you put on those terrain areas, technically changes it from obscuring to not obscuring. Now, realistically, I think most people are just not going to use the exposed. I think most people just aren't going to use the exposed category. I think everyone will just use the light and dense category. Yeah. Yeah, I think because exposed is just going to be like, just you can just see straight through it. And I think the way that 11th edition is looking, you're still going to... 11th edition is still going to have everyone hiding behind L-shaped ruins. 100%. Well, not L-shaped ruins, but everyone hiding behind terrain all the time. Because the game's still fundamentally absolutely mega lethal, isn't it? So I don't think exposed will get used all that much. I think light and dense will get used. I think most people will just use like, like they'll still use craters. They'll just say, oh, the craters are light terrain. Yeah. 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 Where were we? Back to obscuring. Yeah. Dense terrain features the solid rule. Line of sight cannot be drawn through openings confined to the surface of these terrain features that are 3 inches or less above the ground level. So is solid basically like it's a solid wall? So solid is basically the core rule that they've basically taken no ground floor windows. That was like a house rule that a lot of tournaments used, and they've put it into the core rules. Yeah. A lot of guys wait. You only need one model in cover to get cover of the whole unit. I don't think so. Let's have a look. So it says each time a attack targets a unit, if any model in that unit fulfills one or more of the following conditions, ooh, hang on, that could be tricky. Now that could be the AI translation getting it wrong. Okay, it could be, but what that seems to imply is each time a ranged attack targets a unit, if any model in that unit fulfills one or more of the following conditions, the unit has the benefit of cover against the attack. I mean, that seems like you could have one guy in cover and everyone else conga lining out of it. That seems like the opposite of what Warhammer Community said. Well, that seems like the opposite of what the battle reports did. Yeah, it's like they played the demo games, yeah. The stream games did say the opposite, that's true, but the stream games were based on people who do Warhammer Community. And Warhammer Community always gets things wrong. Like, one of the community said that the Exorcist was going to hit better in 11th and 10th, and we've already seen that to be wrong. Yeah, so take it as a trust. So I'd have a trust but verify on that, because like this is what has been translated. I mean, hey, I can show you the French version, and people who speak French maybe could translate it. Shall we try that? Because we do have some people who speak French in the chat right now. Should we try that? That worked last time when we wanted to find out if what was going on with Twin Linked, right? So let's have a gander. Let's see if we can find some stuff on that. Let's have a look. Shout out if I go past it, because I don't speak French. I'm kind of eyeballing it, to be honest. I'm kind of looking for the picture that looks like some terrain, right? All right. I'll go through it slowly-ish so you guys can shout out. But I hopefully I'll pick it up. But if I don't, like I said, spam chat and I'll notice. Okay, so we got unit visible. So figure visible, figure entirely visible, unit visible, unit entirely visible. Okay. There's some bits here. Page 37. Of this, well, we'll take people at the we'll scroll down to 37 and see if that's the right bit. Aha, there you go. Yes, thank you, dear chatter. So, benefit of cover, obscured. I'll zoom in and just I'll just scroll slowly. 13.8. So 13.8. Okay. It's every. So Shaq figurine, if every model, check the condition. Like I said, I don't speak French. You guys will have to. I mean, it looks like it might be there. So do we think it's every chat? Slight AI mistranslation? Okay, cool. Hey, there you go. That's why we've got both. That's why we've got the French version and we've got the translated version. Right? So if we get a moment like this, we can double check it. There you go. There you go. All right. Let's have a look here. Got a couple of other super chats coming in here. Because there'll probably be some like rules that questions related to it. Potato, thank you for the super chat, bro. Give us blast templates or make it like Bolt Action Direct. Fuck, I'll take the nerfs if God has some way to make interact effective with Vox gear, for example. Why give God artillery models when the rules suck? I mean, you can make your artillery slightly more effective. So the thing with artillery, right. It is nerfed. It is nerfed, but it is important to note that like any model in your army can spot, and it's not an action or anything like that. It just happens passively. So if you, but basically, I feel like one of the big problems with artillery is that it now is no longer really doing what ideally you'd want it to do, which is going after like units behind the lines. Now artillery in 11th it's more like artillery support. So you don't use it to like go after units you can't see. You use it to support your frontline units. It's a little different. Well, it's a lot different. It's a lot different. Yeah. And the thing is, the only reason that artillery kind of needed to be the way it was in 10th is because the terrain was so dense. Yeah. Like, so you kind of needed a way of being able to counter that, but then GW pussy'd out on that and started bowing down to everyone who complained about it. Yeah. Artie can't reroll though. Yeah, Artie can't reroll. Yeah. Gangastani, thank you for the 46 months, man. X-Force, baby. I maintain mech infantry is best guard with Leman and Hounds. Oh, no, I'm not so sure about mech infantry, bro. Your guys now die on a 1 or a 2 when they get out, and they become battle shocked, and they remain battle shocked until they pass a test. Mech infantry is looking pretty weak at the moment. Not like bad, but mech infantry has taken a big fucking hit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so not as good. Yeah, transport's not great. Bobby Paul, do vehicles still get free pivots? I think so. Okay. 1 minute. Remain stationary. So pivoting, I don't know if this was always the way, but pivoting now, you can't pivot on the spot and count as remaining stationary. I don't know if that makes a huge difference, but you can't do it. Okay, so chassis. Certain models have no base. A number of these are monster and vehicle models. These models have the chassis keyword, just as other imposing models do. Each time rule refers to the position of a model relative to anything else in the battlefield, e.g. when measuring distances. If that model has the chassis keyword, unless otherwise stated, measure to and from the nearest point of that model. Therefore, not necessarily from its base if it has one. Ooh! Does that mean that if you have a big barrel, you have a bigger chassis? Is that how it's going to work? That could be big. When pivoting a chassis model during a move, if that model has no base, pivot it in any direction on its central axis while keeping it upright. Close point on the model, so yeah. It is a point on the model, yeah. So big barrels actually matter now. But remember, guys, that means that people will be able to measure to your barrel for making charges. So you might, what I think realistically will happen is you'll have a bunch of guard players driving around with their vanquishers, turrets facing the wrong way, so they don't end up extending the length of the charge. Also, there's now, like, as crazy as it sounds, there's now a reason to not take the las cannon on the front of your Leman Russ, because the las cannon's slightly longer, and that would make the opponent's charge half an inch easier. But I don't know if we're getting into the absolute metagaming, sweaty, whacker minutia of detail. Yeah, it's all about the chode barrels now. Or just drive it backwards. Yeah, so everyone's going to be driving backwards. Oh, no. Yeah, just drive. Oh, that's so dumb. Yeah, so everyone needs to be reversing their Leman Russes everywhere. Yeah. So about thematic looking barrels. That's awful. Everyone's just going to be reversing backwards. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's so bad. Absolute immersion. Absolute immersion. People said the British art was stupid. Look where we are now. Yeah. Yeah. That's hilarious. Pivots are now the center of the model, so measure length and width, and it's right in the middle. So the long barrel tanks, it might actually be the front of the tank itself. Oh, weird. Is that true? It's a French translation of course tanks in reverse. Hilarious. Yeah, that's actually... Wait. This could start getting really fucky because... Does that mean, like, the center of the model starts changing depending on what direction the turret's in? Because obviously, if it's sticking out of the front, it's not as it's not hanging over the model as much as if sticking out to the side, where it would be extended out over the barrel a bit more, over the edge a bit more. Does that make sense? Oh my god. I can only hope the AI has not made a good translation there. Otherwise, that's mental. Yeah. Do we have anything else? Free pivots? There's nothing in here that indicates pivots cost any points now. We can have a look at the French translation as well. I think there's a picture about this, you know. Let me have a look. There's a picture relatively early on. Yeah, there you go. So you guys can see it in action there. Spin the turret for advantage. Absolute immersion. Yeah. Time to go back to math class, boys. Time to do some on-the-fly center of mass calculations. I knew I should have paid attention in school. It's just a jank translation. Just a jank translation. Just a jank translation. Of course, they're honest. They don't try to explain the turret shenanigans. Yeah. No negative movement for pivot. Yeah. So you could turn the turret, then pivot, then turn the turret, then pivot again. Yeah, I mean, if you get good with this, I mean, now I don't really do maths. Okay, I'm not really a math guy. You know, I'm a gut instinct kind of guy. But chat, answer me this question: if I have a Vanquisher cannon on my Lehman Russ, is it possible now that pivots are free? Is it possible for me to use the turret and the extended length of the barrel to adjust my center of mass and to gain additional free movement? Is that true? Pivoting the turret, pivoting round, pivot the turret, pivot round. Is that true? I don't know if that's infinite movement, but it just means that, like, yes, rules. How could that be infinite? Wait, can that actually be infinite movement? Right, someone with a big brain, explain to me why it's infinite movement. Pivot the turret will cost move itself. No, pivots are free, man. Can someone explain it in paint? I can only understand things that are explained in paint. Right, 1 minute. Right, 1 second. Maybe we do this. Maybe we do this like live. Okay. Okay, hang on. Okay. I'm sorry, ALC, but move out the way. Okay. Right. I forgive, this is going to be a bit messy, but let's see if we can make it work. All right. Okay, so I was going to use this horse heresy model, but I'll use the 40k one for the best example. Right, so. Do I need a tape measure for this? Well, I mean, like, so can I... I'm trying to think, like, can I pivot the tank round to, like, there? I'm trying to think of how it would work. Like, I'm like a monkey trying to use a computer, but it's like, Oh, hang on. Okay. I start my barrel back here. Okay, I've got it. I start my barrel back here. My center of my model is now, roughly, we'll say here. Okay. I pivot my barrel, which is free, because I'm just pivoting it on the center. Now my center is here. So then I turn the tank round on its center axis, and I've gone forward a couple of inches. And then right? Is that kind of like how is that kind of like right? And then now I can spin the turret. Now I can spin the turret again on its new center. And now my center's here again. So now I pivot around the center like that. Is that correct? Why can I not move the turret? Source says, why can I not pivot the turret? Picture and stream discussion. Okay, let me have a look. Like, I don't know if it works. People in chat said I got infinite. Okay, hang on. Like that? Bro, moving the turret doesn't change the center of the model. That's stretching it. Why? No, okay, no, not being a dickhead, but rules as written, it says when pivoting a chassis model during a move, if that model has no base, pivot it in any direction on its central axis while keeping it upright. But I'm not a math guy. Like I failed maths, by the way. I'm not a math guy. So I'm kind of going off what chat's telling me. The back turret isn't chassis. Why? It's been defined up here. Certain models have no base. A number of these models are vehicle models. These models have the chassis keyword just as other imposing models do. Each time a rule refers to the position of a model relative to anything else in the battlefield, e.g., when measuring distances, including measuring distances for movement. If that model has chassis keyword, unless otherwise stated, measure to and from the nearest point of that model. Therefore, not necessarily from its base if it has one. Eagle's flight. The illustration literally has the center pivot in the center of the chassis. Yeah, but that's because it's a Rhino. It's a Rhino. It doesn't have a turret, so its center could never change. City Fox, measure from the box of the turret. It doesn't say that. Look, right, guys. There's some people in chat who are getting a bit upset right now, or they're like, "No, Morty, it doesn't go that way." Put the emotions to one side for a second, okay? Put what you want it to be to one side for a second. And I'm not saying it's going to stay like this. Obviously, if this is how it works, it will get FAQ'd. Okay? Okay, right? But rules as written, is this a bit silly? And does it work? Right? So again, like even if you disagree vehemently with the entire principle of this, we're not talking principles. We're talking we're not talking the intent of the law. We're the spirit of the law. We're talking the word of the fucking legal. We're not talking spirit of the law. We're talking laws as written, right? So I know there's a lot of people that are getting upset, but like just chill for a second. Like Rules written, you pivot the model, not part of it. Oh, that could work. Swords and Smith might have a point. Is there anything in the rules that allow us to turn? Let's have a look at that. When pivoting a chassis model during a move, if that move has no base, pivot it in any direction on its central axis while keeping it upright. A chassis model during a move. Does that stop me from pivoting the turret? When making a move, you can only swing about the center of the move. You can only swing about the center if you move your turret that has not pivoted about your center point, therefore cost movement, but could move out of the way. Let's see if there's a. Let's Google. Let's search turret. Okay, so look for turret. Orientation. No. There's nothing in the. Yeah, it doesn't really cover. Should we look at what? Yeah, maybe you just can't move. Maybe you can't move the turret. Let's have a look. That's not really helping us. Probably just be further up, wouldn't it? Okay, start a movement phase. The active player moves their units one at a time using the sequence below until all units they've chosen to move have been chosen to move, and these moves completed. Choose a unit. Choose a friendly that has been not chosen with this. You may choose a battlefield. Choose a battlefield transport that is not yet then chosen to move. Choose the movement type. Type of movement. So remain station, normal move, advance, fallback, disembark, arrival move. There's no like embark there, but maybe that comes later. End of movement. Rules triggered at the end of the movement phase are resolved now. Remain stationary. No models are moved, neither in a straight line or pivoting. Units that remain stationary do not trigger any rules triggered when the use starts or makes a movement. Normal move. Your unit's move characteristic eligible if your unit is on the battlefield and not engaged. Effect your move described as movement after moving is not being engaged. Advanced move. Fall back. None of that really helps after moving. It doesn't really say. Yeah. So it doesn't really say. Okay, so the spinning tank thing's obviously bullshit. I think I think the big thing to take from this is it doesn't say how you like if you move any individual parts of the model. So does that mean you can't actually turn your turret in game anymore? You deploy. That's kind of crazy. You can't move your turret in game. The turret is part of the chassis in current rules. James works to glue that shit down. I mean, you could always turn the turret. In you can't move the turret in 10th? What? Shit game. Ah, my immersion. It's ruined. Orientation is locked? Crazy. Crazy. Wait, so if you but where does it okay. Okay, so if orientation is locked, is it locked like when I deploy the model, that's the way? So going back to this, right? Right. But how, I know this might sound silly, but does it define what orientation I should be deployed in? Because basically what I'm saying is, if I do I have to deploy my tank like this? Or if I so chose to, could I deploy my tank like this? And then just keep it that orientation the rest of the game? All right, okay. Well, the spinning turret dream is dead. The spinning turret dream is dead. But the barrel length affecting center of mass argument is still relevant, I suppose. Because deploying your turret like this will make your center of mass more towards the center, right? Because this now counts. So I guess what the boffins and the eggheads and the sweaty whacker players and all that kind of stuff will need to do is work out what is the most optimum orientation at the start of a game now that your barrel matters. Because before, your barrel didn't matter, did it? You didn't count barrels. So now the question is, what is the optimum orientation for a tank barrel to give you the best possible center of mass or center area, whatever you want to fucking call it? I'm not worried about semantics. Yeah. Yeah. Backwards. I think this is the new. This is probably the new Lehman Russ deployment, because that way you're not making it easier to charge your vehicle. Because this. So you've got to have your So yeah, you've got to have your tank barrels facing backwards, so that people find it harder to and then move your tanks forward that way. So your barrel deploys this way, but you move your Russ forward this way, I think. And that way, oh no, but this is actually making the charge slightly longer as well. So no, I think actually the most effective way of deploying a Lehman Russ is like this, but you need to reverse at the enemy now. So this Lehman Russ is going to be driving around backwards, because that way all of the bits that stick out are going to be at the back, making not giving your opponent an easier charge. Yeah. That's how you want to do it. There you go. 11th edition is a more narrative edition. All right, what do we got next? What have we got next? Got some of the super chats coming in here. That was a good discussion, though. That was a good discussion. So, hey, we're all learning something new. Some people think that's like the same as in 10th edition. Hey, 10th edition changed a lot. So I think many of us are playing. I don't think everyone was aware of all the changes that happened in 10th over the course of its life. So I was all learning it now. Some of this may be old hat, but for us, this is basically new edition stuff. You know? Yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, so by the way, this didn't always used to be this way. It used to be if you turned the turret, that just counted as part of the movement. So you had like a 10-inch move. If you turned your turret like the barrel moved from like there to the side. That was like 3 inches of movement. That just came off your total movement. That's how it used to be, I think, in 8th and 9th. And then it must have changed in 10th at some point. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Doesn't this mean you are incentivized to model advantage on vehicles? I mean, I guess what this means. No, it's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite. It means if you don't follow the instructions exactly, technically your model could be removed from the table. It means kit bashing is dead in competitive play. Yeah. I don't understand why it's used to charge the barrel. The barrel has a start on the line, so after X turns, you've moved the same distance. Well, obviously, dude, because unless you're assuming well, to be fair, if you're assuming you're going to get turn 1 charged, it won't make a big difference to you. That's correct. But obviously, where the barrel matters is going to make a difference for when you're moving around the battlefield and potentially allowing your opponent to get easier charges, because they might not. Your where you start is going to be where you start and where you end is going to be different throughout the game and stuff. If that makes sense, it does make a huge difference. It just does. I can't really explain it because I'm not very clever, but it does make a big difference. Yeah. Now that your turret position matters, you have a real reason to have turrets and other repositional bits in specific configurations that benefit you. No, they're no longer doing measurements to and from the hull. It's from any part of the model. I'm confused. How's that kill kit bashing? Because if you kit bash, so let me give you an example. If you let me find an example. So before you could, so basically how it worked before is you could do line of sight from any point on the model, and that but you measured to and from distances to the hull. And now all distances are measured to any part of the model, right? So if I want to kit bash my Lehman Russ, 1 minute. I'm gonna find a better picture here. There you go. So on, it's not a great. I know exactly what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to find a high res picture of it. God, everyone's done. Where are these photos from? Yeah, this will do. It's not great. If I want to do a Lehman Russ Stug conversion, for example, then that barrel being where it is now is going to give me an advantage potentially in getting onto objectives and stuff. Because all distances are measured to and from any part of the model now. And the pivoting and the way you pivot is around the center point of the model. And the center point of the model changes depending on on how long your barrel is. Because the barrel now matters. So obviously it needs to get like FAQ'd or something. Yeah. I think people are saying this changed at some point during 10th edition. Maybe we all just missed it. Yeah, so basically because every part of the model now matters for any kind of measuring in the game, whether you're measuring distances to see if you're in range with a weapon, whether you're measuring distances for charges, whether you're measuring distances to see if you're on an objective or not. Because now every part matters, it matters where your barrel starts and how long your barrel is. And so you can't kit bash, you can't turn up to tournament with like a kit bash stug, because now that might mean you'll find it easier to get onto the objective, whereas before you wouldn't have done. Yeah. Not the best. This has been a thing almost the entire 10s. People not play Warhammer. I think that there's been a lot of changes in 10th edition, and a lot of people haven't been keeping up with those changes. And I also think that a lot of people don't quite realize how rules as written 40k has become. And so if you're a new player and you build a Lehman Russ and you play with your friend, and there's going to be some, and you want to line your Vanquisher up against your opponent's like Demon Prince, and the Demon Prince is over here, there's going to be a very natural inclination for you to go, all right, I've got you lined up in my sights, buddy. You know, there's that sort of like tactile, sort of immersive element to it that a lot of people are just going to do without thinking about it instinctively, and not even realize that what they've done there is technically cheat. And it will matter even more, and it seems to matter even more so in the new edition. Yeah. Like that's kind of like the that's what it is, I think. So yeah, I think a lot, and so when you have a new edition like this come out, you know, if something changed partway through an edition, but people just didn't even really acknowledge it, that, you know, never really realized, you've got a lot of people which are basically discovering it for the first time and are being like, well, this is bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. So is turning your turret cheating? Yeah, if you turn, technically, if you turn your turret in a tournament now, you could get yellow carded for it, because it would be essentially modeling for advantage mid-game. Yeah. We goes, why do we have to play rules as written after spending 20 minutes arguing that we can pivot infinitely across the board? No. We gave up on that after like 5 minutes. Yeah. Old Hammer, the turret position also matters, so as Grognards do it out of habit. That's true. Because the turret position, yeah, the turret position used to matter for like, for all sorts of things. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a good point that someone's making here is this is going to have some implications for like kit bashed orc vehicles. Yeah. Yeah, Ben's. I know we're talking about competitive, but if I was playing with a friend, I don't care about top positions and move them in game. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's your game at the end of the day. Do what you want with it. But if you go to a tournament, even a local RTT, you might have some sweaty bollocks who tries to give you shit over it. But then you just tell them to get to fuck. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. 40k leaks are fun, but I'd rather have K47 leaks. Do it. I can't leak anything for K47. I know what it is. I can tell you. No. I have the knowledge, but I can't share the knowledge with you. I'm sorry. Cosmic. Bobby Paul, thank you for super chat. Pivot, free pivots and age defense line equals moving hills. No, because the age defense line can't move at all. And I think because it has a movement value of dash. Now, if the age defense line had a movement value of 0, it could pivot. But it has a movement value of dash, so it can't. Also, stop it. Nakari, thank you for super chat. No, just no. GW may be stupid, but if this is true, it's getting patched ASAP. 90%. Do they mean whole, not barrels and shit? I mean, but well, Nakari, apparently, I mean, I missed the memo. Apparently, 90% of us missed the memo, but apparently, it's been like this for like half a 10th edition. There must have been some like big update, like halfway through like Pariah Nexus or something. And they were like, oh yeah, no, it's always been this way. So apparently, man, it's not going to get FAQ'd. This is the system working as intended. Now, I don't know you're going to get the infinite free. You're not going to get the infinite movement from pivots, I don't think. But the whole everything being measured, you know, or not just being able to charge someone's barrel now matters. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Dante, thank you for the 41 months. MG, technically correct is the best kind of correct. I don't think I was technically correct on the spinning barrel thing. To be fair, I was just picking up what chat was saying. I'm throwing chat under the bus with that one. No, I don't think I was technically correct. I don't think I was. Gangastani, thank you for the super chat, man. In before anyone else says MG turns to Zinch. I'm not turning to Zinch. I'm not turning to Zinch. Not at all. There you go. Catastrophe stream discussion on why pivots / turret move model. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Center of mass has moved down. Total surface area of your base contact increased. Pivot entire model about center. Rotate turret has moved down. Now we're okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, this was when we were. You can't turn the turret. Apparently, you're not allowed to turn the turret anymore. I think if you were allowed to turn the turret, this would work. But you're not allowed to turn the turret, so it can't work. But I also want to appreciate everyone explaining it to me in pain. It makes it much easier, I'll be honest. Yeah. So, no, you can't turn the turret, apparently. So, yeah, you can't turn the turret, apparently. So, you can't, what do you call it? You can't do the infinite spins. Yeah. I tell you what is a big one here. 1 minute. I've always thought this, though. One minute. That it does make a big difference. Oh no, maybe it doesn't actually. But I know this is actually maybe a legacy complaint I have, but I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. It's more of a question than anything else. Oh no, I think it's all right. No, it's all right. Someone once said to me with Custodes bikes that it was modeling for advantage if the Custodes bikers don't have all of the don't have the spears in the air. And then you do see a lot of Custodes bikers where all the spears are down. Because technically when the spears are in the air, it makes it easier to see the model. And also it makes it easier to see the model. And so they put the spears down so that it's easier to hide behind walls. Do you think that is that a thing, or are the models flexible enough that you can point them downwards? I'm kind of curious. I guess the arms are kind of meant to be in a fixed position. Yeah, they are. If you look at the way the models go together. Yeah. So, technically speaking, if a Custodes player doesn't have the arms with the spears pointed upwards, they're modeling for advantage. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, there you are. But I think we're getting to the point now of you can't. I think we're getting to the point now of being vindictive and mean. All right. What do we got here? So, Mad Larkin, more than I DM'd you a coherency picture. All right, let me have a look. Oh my god, there's no way that's true, man. Is that true? A coherent 4-man squad in 11th. Every model in this unit is within 2 inches of at least one other model in this unit, and every model is within 9 inches of every other model in its unit. That unit is therefore in coherency. Shit game. Absolute immersion. Absolute immersion. That will get 99. That will 99 get FAQ, but it is funny. How is so? How so? I guess the big question. Let's check that in the. To be fair, let's check that in here, right? Okay. A unit containing one or more model to place of any type of movement in cohesion or coherency. Units in cohesion if both of the following conditions apply to all its models. Each model of the unit is within 2 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically at least one of the model of the unit. Each model of the unit is within 9 inches horizontally and 5 vertically of all of the models in the unit. Yeah, so 2 and 9. Each model's unit is within 2 inches horizontally of at least one of the model in the unit. Each model is within 9 inches horizontally of all the models in the unit. Yeah. It's because it says at least one of the model in the unit. Recovering coherency at the end of the turn step, each player said if one or more units on the battlefield are not in coherency, the players controlling those units must remove models one at a time until they're back in coherency. Okay, that's the same as it is now, right? Engagement range is 5 inches still, upwards. That's not changed all that much. Okay. It used to be 2 models. So yeah, so I guess the big question is how's it changed? Why does that work in 11th? Why does the picture of Doom work in 11th but not in 10th? You clever boffins in chat who know the rules better than me, like what have they changed that's fucked it? It used to be 2 models in squads of 8 or more. Yeah, but why couldn't you do this in why couldn't you do this in 10th? Or have we all just not done it? Yeah. I think this squad works in 10th too. Yeah, like there must have been something that was different in 10th. There must have been. No 9-inch max. Ah, is the 9-inch qualifier the what's fucking it? Oh. Because it's like you had to be in range. Each model had to be in range of at least one other model in the unit. Or 2 and 2 inches. So basically, what's changed? I'm not quite getting it, but don't worry about it. I don't need to know the minutiae. I guess just like the big thing, what's caused it is the fucking. They've added the 9-inch qualifier. It said that each model must be within 2 inches of one of the model or 2 of the models in 7+ squad size, so no huge gaps. Yeah. Yeah, you just have to be within. Yeah, there's not the 9-inch bubble, right? Yeah. So basically, it's the fucking 9-inch bubble which allows you to do that. Fuck. So what? How do you think they'll fix it? I don't think it would technically work now, would it? I mean, could you fit? I mean, do you think they'll just go back to? Do you think they'll just go back to conga lines? Because no one was really. I don't know anyone really cared about the 9-inch bubble thing. I think when they announced it, everyone was kind of like, "Why? What's the point?" Like we kind of just it is the way it is right now, and it works fine. Yeah, it allows for screening, but that's just a thing, right? I don't think there was a massive outcry to fix screening. I think even most melee players accepted that screening was a defense against them, right? Rule is in stream discussion for 10th. Okay, let's have a look. A unit that contains one or more model must be set up and end any kind of move as a single group with all of its models within 2 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically of at least one other model from that unit. While a unit has 7 or more models, all of its models must instead be set up and end any kind of move within 2 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically of at least 2 other models from that unit. This is called unit coherency. So, because there's no qualifier for the bubble. Yeah. As a single group. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Whereas I think it was in stream discussion as well, that picture, wasn't it? Yeah, this was what we almost had this for the Liam Russes, but not quite. We almost had it. I think it was Mad Larkin, wasn't it? Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Whereas the 9-inch thing it's yeah. And then that's also exactly how it's written. The exact words of the text. Yeah. So in 10th, you could do the same thing and have them 3 feet apart. I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so is because the rules tell you what you can do, not what you like, what you can't do, I guess. Or is it, what is this? No, maybe. I thought the same thing. If one model dies, it'll instantly give the other one in the pair, though. That's true. Yeah. That's true. So yeah, if you do the spread out squad, if you lose one guy in the pair, you will lose the other guy. Yeah. Does this mean you could split into the squad into 2 5-mans in 10th though? Yeah, I mean technically, as long as they're within 9 inches of each other. So you could have you could have a 10-man inter squad that's split into basically 2 5-man squads that have to stay kind of near each other. Yeah. You check coherency at the end of turn step of each player's turn now, not in your command phase. So you can't like try and cheese it. Yeah. In 10th, you have to be in a single group. 11, it can be in multiple small groups in a bubble. Yeah. So basically, what they've done is they've taken away single group and replaced it with 9-inch bubble, and it's completely fucked it, right? Right. Fair. All right. What do we got next? Keeper Imperial Salt. Thank you, 23 months, man. Rules leaked for my birthday. Too bad it's not K47. I can't believe. Right. Look, K47, guys. It's very clearly the Warhammer leak stream today, all right? These guys are like, no Mordian, every stream is a K47 stream. No, today is the rules leak stream, man. Holy fuck. um how does okay. Wait. Does this utterly fuck melee? Not like necessarily like make it bad, but like fuck it up. Because like because someone could like kill these guys, but then they wouldn't be within engagement range of these guys. Multi-layer screening with one unit. Is that right? Like obviously, you know, so the reason this kind of like matters is if someone charges you with 2 units and the first unit strikes and kills these guys, and then the second unit is no longer in engagement range, they'd get to do an overrun to like 3 inches to like here, but they still wouldn't be in engagement range of this unit. So then they're fucked. Because you activate 1 unit attack. Let's have a look at combat rules. Let's look at combat rules. See if that, yeah. Let's have a look. Shooting phase, close range fire. We'll have to come back to shooting phase. It looks like there's some interesting stuff in there. What's it called? Is it called combat phase? Combat phase. Okay. In the combat phase, both players have the opportunity to act. First units will insert to maximize the number of engaged models. Insert to maximize. Oh, Richard. That probably means piling. Then when they make the attacks for consolidated positions, the combat phase is in the following steps. Start combat phase. It's definitely not meant to be insert. It's definitely meant to be called piling. Hilarious. Both players make piling moves with all eligible units they wish to move. The eligible if section describes units eligible for such moves. The player whose turn it is result. Okay. So you are eligible to pile in if you are engaged, if you made a charge move this turn, and if you've chosen to make an overrun. All right. Choose the pile in targets. If units are engaged, choose each enemy unit which is engaged with. Otherwise, choose one or more enemy units within 5 inches of your unit. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Does that, before we even get to the fucky wookie of coherency, does that mean if you're within 5 inches of an enemy unit, you get like free heroic? I think, did we see that in the battle report? Because like it says either you are engaged or you're within 5 inches. I don't think that's overrun, man. Overrun's something different. I think did we see Richard Siegler do that in that third game? Then is that how he got those? No, we're not talking about actual heroic intervention here, guys. It says before moving, choose the pile-in target. I want. Okay, it's engaged. It made a charge move. Okay, no, you're right because you wouldn't have made a charge move. You wouldn't have made a charge move, and it's not engaged, so you couldn't make a pile-in move at that point. Okay, no. So yeah, you can't do it. No, that's good. That's fine. That's fine. While moving, models in base-based contact with one of the models cannot be moved. Each model must send its movement as close as possible to the nearest insurgent target and engage with it possible. After moving, you must be engaged. Each model has moved engaged. Fight. It is able to fight if it has not already chosen to fight its phase. It is able to fight if it's not already been chosen to fight its phase, and if one or more of the following applies engage or engage, it's made a charge move. Resolve fights first. Resolve remaining fights. Where starting the player who's just moved to the sequence at the stage, players take turn choosing a friendly unit eligible to fight. The unit is chosen to fight if that is not possible. Okay, so after resolving the fight, So perform attacks, consolidate. Both consolidate. Okay. Because consolidation happened at the end. Yeah. So I think all pile-ins happen at the beginning and all consolidations happen at the end. You don't do them unit by unit anymore. Yeah, that's actually yeah. So I think you can. I think you can fuck people. Right. I think you can. Now I'm not 100% certain on this, but no, we already knew that. No, but you. What I'm talking about? Fucking hell, chat. I know we already knew that. Dickheads. I'm saying, how does it work with the fucking coherency bollocks? Right. The point I'm making is, let us imagine that we have got like a squad of 20 guardsmen. All right. And there's 10 guardsmen here and there's 10 guardsmen here. Okay. And let's say our guardsmen get charged by 2 enemy units. The first unit kills at least 10 guardsmen. Let's say they kill 10, 11 guardsmen, right? So all of these, so you go, okay, well, I'll remove these ones first. The second enemy unit is now not in engagement range with you. They can't pile in because all pile-ins have happened already. They could overrun, but the overrun's only 3 inches. And your guys could be on the other side of the 9-inch bubble. So they would like overrun to like here and then be stuck. So you could fuck someone up. If this is one unit they can't overrun either, can they? Why wouldn't they? If yeah, let's have a look. You would be engaged. You'd be in engagement range. If you is not engaged or was at the start of the fight step but became engaged during the combat phase, you may make one additional pile-in move and then fight as described performing attacks. Yeah. So you can split. So yeah. Yeah. More than open up paint or right. I find. I'll explain it with paint. Okay. I thought I explained it there, but apparently we need paint. Okay. Okay. Right. Give me a second. Fucking. There you go. Right. Here we go, darling. So let's say we've got a unit of guardsmen, right? And I'm just gonna, for the sake, you know what? Some people will get upset. I'm just gonna do it really, really like, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And then so that's one half of the squad. And that's the other half of the squad. And just for the sake of argument, you know, we'll have to like fucking mess around with it, but just for the sake of argument, let's say that these 2 units are in the 9-inch bubble. Okay, so 9-inch. All right. So what happens is a big. Let's say we have 2 enemy units come in here. All right, doesn't matter what they are. You got 2 enemy units. Okay, right. Now, let's say we've got 1 and 2 here. 1, 2. Okay. So now, let's say you attack with unit 1 first. Okay. Unit 1 goes first, and unit 1 fucking mashes up these 10 guardsmen here. Okay. I'll do it slightly better. Mashes up these 10 guardsmen. All right. So now you go, okay, well, Unit 2 is no longer in engagement range of the guardsman squad. Because all 10 of these guys, this is the same unit, but all 10 of these guys have died. Okay, well, I guess I'm no longer engaged, so I can overrun. Okay, I overrun 3 inches. All right, let me just tidy it up a little bit. I overrun 3 inches, but I'm still not within engagement range. Because this is a 9-inch bubble, so I'm still at least, let's say, like 3 inches away, 3 or 4, 3 or 4 inches away. So I'm no longer in engagement range. This unit now can't fight. These 10 guardsmen get off scot-free. Is that I think that works. You cannot overrun so you didn't kill a unit. Okay, so maybe it's even worse. Maybe it's like even worse. Maybe you can't even overrun because you didn't kill a unit. So unit 2 just gets stuck there. It's not a nice gap from corner to corner. Kelzo, fuck me, man. I'm doing it in fucking paint. Clearly it's not to scale, man. You know the principle of what I'm saying. God damn, these fucking 40k autists. Like, obviously it's in paint. I even said, like, you know, it's not quite the right bubble, but it's just a rough example. I'm not really angry, man. I'm just busting your balls for comedic effect. I'm literally just busting your balls for comedic effect, man. Don't be upset even slightly. Sorry, I'm mad it's not K47. It's fine, man. Honestly, I'm very much not angry, all right? I'm using it as a bit. All right. The guard player has to pile in. No, the guard player can choose to pile in. I don't have to fucking do nothing if I don't want to. No one can put a gun to my head and say, you must move that second line of guardsmen forward 3 inches. That's not on the rules. Yeah. I don't think so anyway. Yeah, guardsmen can pile in up to 3 inches. Do you know there's a number between, between 0 and 3 inches? I'm going to pick the 0. And I think so. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Let's check. Let's check. Where is, as it refers to here in the rules, the insertion moves. Max distance 3 inches. Not must move 3 inches. Max distance 3 inches. So yeah, you don't have to move 3 inches if you don't want to, I don't think. Unless I mean, okay, bring up the French version. Bring up the French version. It's okay. French people, once again, I must ask you to translate the exact words of the text. Let's not argue over the AI translation. Let's not rely on Warhammer Community. Let's find it. All right. The French one says "le move." I am tired. Again, let me know if I go past it. I'm presuming it's going to be like further. Oh, 1 minute. Fight phase, or is that command phase? I think we're still like movement and shit. We've got to be phase to combat. It's got to be further down, right? Consolidaire. Movement to judge. Okay, it might be around here. Okay, it might be down here. So I'm gonna have this bit up on screen for a second, and then you can tell me if it's the right area. And then I'm gonna have this bit up on screen. I think consolidate is probably the right bit, right? Yeah. So I'm looking for like the number 3 or something. Charge. Must have gone past. We must have gone past it now. Insert. Movement to insertion. Aha! Ha! There you go. All right. What about that? Movement to insertion, as in pile in, move. All right. Does it say French translators, does it say that you have to move 3 inches or you can move up to 3 inches? That's got to be the bit right there, right? I don't see the number 3, though. Maybe it's a bit further down. No, that must be it. Yeah. I think it says, yeah. Maximal 3. There you go. Maximum 3. Not minimum 3. Not must move 3. Maximum 3 of up to 3 inches. There you go. So you can absolutely basically deny, using the new coherency rules, you can basically deny people the piling. Yes, but to a unit within 5 inches. But you can't, you're not even, but you're in the say, and it's 9-inch coherency, not wholly within 9. Fuck off. No way they made that fuck up. Where, 1 minute, no way. Oh my God, it is. It's within 9, not wholly within 9. So you can tippy-toe it. Oh my God. So you can gain another base, yeah. Yeah. So you can... You can only get to that formation by reviving models. You can't set them up like that. Check setup to see if it says you deploy one model at a time, each in coherency. I don't think that's how it works. I see what you're saying, but before units can move and attack, they must first place in the battlefield. This generally happens when you deploy your army for battle, but also in the units are cohesion, the units not engaged. If you cannot place a model unit, remove them from the battlefield. A unit killing one must be placed and finish any type of movement in cohesion. No, it's just it's just it's same for it's not that it's only that much about it, man. So yeah, no, it's fucked, bro. Yeah. Stephen Boat pilot, I think it also said something on the lines of any model that moves must end its move as close as possible. So technically it's not allowed to move as it's not moving model then. I tell you what, mate, I will move my model 1 atom closer towards your model. I will move it one air molecule technically so imperceptible, an imperceptible amount, but technically I move close towards you. Even if you want to use an actual, or even if you want to use, I'll move 1 millimeter. Do you know what I mean? Like it's, yeah, I'll move a fraction of an inch. Yeah. I think as close as possible. Yeah, but it doesn't say you have to move maximum. It doesn't. Yeah, but dude, I know what you're saying, but it doesn't say you have to move you have to move 3 inches. It says you can move up to 3 inches and then end closer. So I'll just choose not to move the I will choose the distance that I'm going to move, and I will use that to end closest towards that model. Yeah. The fabled 1 nanometer consolidate move. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty mental. I'll double check that what you're saying isn't legit, but I don't think, because I don't want it to read the way I want it to read. I want it to read the way it is. Each one moves then its movement as close as possible to the nearest insertion target and engage with it if possible. Yeah, but it doesn't say you have to move 3 inches. If it says you have to move 3 inches, then that would work. But it doesn't say that. It says you move up to 3 inches, and so you could choose to move less distance. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. What do we got? I got some super chat stuff coming in here. I tell you what, we're getting into. I tell you what, 11th edition is here. We're getting into it. I think it works if you move 0 because then you are not moving a model. That's true, yeah. Yeah, I think it's preventing you from moving away. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking... The coherency thing is so fucked, man. The coherency thing is so fucked. I heard embark is jank. Well, I tell you what, I haven't looked into that yet, but I've only seen rules for disembarking from transports. I haven't seen any rules for embarking, so we might have to check those out in a moment. All right, chat, remind me. We've got a few super chats to catch up on, but chat, remind me, all right? If I forget about it. Northern Gen Gaming, thank you for the 43 months, man. Hello there. I missed out on first by 1 point at a local RTT. Hey, it happens, man. You know, it happens. But that's pretty fucking close. 1 point between you and victory. Still, you should be very proud that you got to, to get so close to glory is still a very admirable effort. Yeah, yeah. Very, very good, man. Dude, thank you for the support, bro. Curry Kane, thank you for the super chat. Mordian, what's going on? Just tuned in. The full rules of 11th edition have leaked. They've leaked in French, but thanks to the power of AI translation, it's pretty easy to work out what they mean in English. And we've actually even got some French people in chat who are able to actually, or French speakers, I should say, in chat, who are actually able to, where there's any maybe AI hallucination, we've been able to check the French rules against their translation, and it's been pretty accurate. So we've been pretty on it so far. Yeah, yeah. What have we got? Campbell, thank you for the 47 months. Hi, still painting Creek heavy teams and centaurs. Nice, dude. If you like heavy weapon teams, you like centaurs, you go for it. There you are, dude. Campbell, hope you're enjoying those new models, man. Xbox baby, thank you for the support. Hereticus, thank you for super chat. Yo, dog, I heard you love piling in, so now you can pile in after piling in, and then consolidate a unit with overrun before you consolidate. I think it's yo, dog. I heard you like piling in, so I used the coherency rules to stop you from piling in. Yeah, there you go. There you are, man. Trooper, thank you for the super chat, man. 07 Sir, this league is all very exciting. Relaxing after class today. Dude, thank you so much for the support. I hope you hope class wasn't too hard. I know Trooper said we'd look at that Battletech thing today, but it might have been superseded. But hopefully we can talk about it tomorrow, because it's just going to be today's stream, and then tomorrow we'll be on a normal stream, I think. Yeah. But dude, it's very exciting. It is exciting. It's funny though. I'll say this. It is funny how the go-to attitude of all of us 40k players is to find where we can break the game. No one's looking at these core rules like, oh, how can I be more immersive? Everyone's like, all right, how can I fuck it up? All right. All right, what have we got here? And you know what's funny? I don't think that's going to be an attitude limited to just this community. I think it's going to be an attitude that everyone's going to have. This is just the way 40k players approach the game now. How can we break it? Yeah. There you go. DL, I am literally just taking questions from chat. All I am doing is taking questions from chat. Like, all I'm doing. You can. That's it. And people are telling me, hey, people are asking, what's this rule? What's that rule? And all I'm doing is bringing them up. That's all it. So if you guys want to find the rules, They're available on the Warhammer Competitive subreddit. Okay, that's where they are. I think they were available in French, and I think there's a translated version over there now. So if you want to go and read through them yourself, you absolutely can do. If you're here, but obviously, like, it can be quite fun to like go through as a group what each of these things like mean and stuff. So yeah. All right. What do we got next? Marcus the Gaia counter. MG, can we get at least 3 paints on your examples? Sorry, is 2 colors not enough? We need battle ready, battle ready, explain with paint. There you are. Nick the Salamander, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. There you are. Call Drew, nobody cares. 40k is Warhammer. 40k is Warhammer Wednesday. Talk about K47. Is that what we're doing now? It's now 6 days a week of 40k of K47. 1 day a week of Warhammer. Hey, who knows? Depending on how 11th edition lands and seeing how people react to it, that might be the way it goes. I don't think it's quite that bad though. Philip Arrigo, thank you for the super chat. As an American, I can appreciate the French once again screwing over the Brits with these rules leaks. True enough. Jokes aside, love everyone in this community. Oh, so many beautiful bastards. It's true. Anytime the French can get one over the British in any capacity, they'll do it. And you know what? That feeling goes both ways. There you are. There you are. GW does the play testers, but the team's a lot smaller. The American testing team all got canned over the 9th edition leaks. And now apparently the French team needs to be canned as well. All right. What have we got here? So what was I going to ask about, chat? It was embarking rules, but there was something else as well. Oh, was it chaining overruns? Did people say it was possible to chain overruns? That could be pretty big. How do we see that? How do we check that? So insertion move while moving, resolve fights, breakthrough combat. If your unit is not engaged or was at the start of the fight step but became engaged during the combat phase, you may make one additional insertion move, then it fights as described in performing attacks. It says one additional insertion move. It says one additional. I don't think you can do multiple. It's just core rules. Yeah, and then the next unit can make an overrun. My brain's hurting again. Oh, I know what chat's saying. Okay. I know what chat's saying. All right, explain it with paint. All right, guys, I'll explain it with paint, okay? Give me a second. I'll adapt this example. All right. So I'll tell you what. Okay, let me adapt this example. This won't be to scale again, all right? So it's not to scale, it's just abstract to give you the idea. So, let's say you've got 3 units of guardsmen and 3 enemy units. Let's presume I use 3 colors now because apparently I need to do that. Let's presume that this unit is within 5 inches of this unit. And likewise, this unit is in 5 inches of this. All right. So again, using the power of paint, 5 inch, 5 inch. All right. And then you've got unit, you've got unit 1, 2, 3. I think, will this work? This might not work, actually. I don't know if this will work. If you don't base on the charge, you can orbit with the Palin and probably get some units on the right side. Because what I was thinking is, Unit 1... So this is what I was originally thinking, but I think it might be different. So all 3 units charge the first line. Unit 1 kills the guardsman, and then units 2 and 3 then overrun. But then, even if they kill the second line of even if Unit 2 kills the second line of guardsmen, Unit 3 can't overrun because it's already done a pile-in. So, yeah, okay, so that's how you would do it. Okay, yeah, I get it. So what you would do is have, let's say you had 2 units of assault intercessors and 1 unit of jump pack intercessors, right? So the jump pack intercessors roll far enough where they can charge this unit. So they jump over the line of guards and charge it. Unit 1 kills this unit of guardsmen. Unit 2 then is able to overrun into the second unit of guardsmen. Unit 2 kills that unit of guardsmen. And then you activate Unit 3. And because it's not fought yet, it's not done an overrun. It's then eligible to overrun and kill Guardsman Unit 3. So it's possible. It's possible to chain it, and it's very possible to chain it. Yeah. Now, obviously, this is very hypothetical, and it might not come up all that often. But we're talking about use of 10 guardsmen. It could be scraplet units. Basically, there's a chance for you to get lots of leapfrogging. Yeah, lots of leapfrogging and stuff. Definitely could be a problem for if this is extremely immersive. Yeah, there's a lot. There is going to be. If I can see a lot of players getting caught out by this and ending up them being like, "How the fuck has my opponent just got?" Or I thought I'd set my defenses up. Yeah. Also, I think the big one is, what about 6-inch pile-in and consolidate? Because we're talking about this through the lens of, oh, well, it's only 3 inches. But remember, engagement range is 2 inches now. So there's a 5-inch gap here. They can still do it. If these units were spaced 8 inches apart, they could still be got by things like World Eaters. So Hot Dice, you're charging 2 units into 1 unit of guardsmen and 1 unit into another unit. But it doesn't have to be guardsmen. I'm using guards as an example. You could easily, you've got things like, there's some pretty killy. I'm using guardsmen and space marines because they're just the first thing that came to mind. But, think of some of the absolutely hyper lethal units out there in melee that are going to carve, whether it's a guardsman or a terminator, they're going to carve through it like a hot knife through butter, right? Think about World Eaters in this. Yeah, World Eaters are going to fucking love this. So you can have a World Eater. Yeah, you can have a World Eater unit that could absolutely go ham with this. Because you can move within. Yeah, this could be pretty. You could have World Eaters. You could have World Eaters. And they have some winged units like Angon and Demon Princes and shit, right? So they could easily facilitate this with flying units and footbound units and stuff as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty mental. I don't know if 8-bound can fly, to be fair, but they could you could have a unit 1 in this example. Unit 1 could be Corn Berserkers, Unit 2 could be 8-bound, Unit 3 could be Angon or a Winged Demon Prince or something, and they could be bang, bang, bang. Yeah, yeah. They haven't ignored dudes on you charge. That's about really okay. Then world eaters are going to be world eaters are going to go absolutely ham with this. Yeah, absolutely fucking ham. Yeah, well, you're absolutely fucking ham. Doesn't this assume you do all the overrun moves at the same time? If you do overrun moves when you activate unit, I don't think this works. No, no, Old Wealth, this only works if you do the overruns when you activate. It only works that way. If you did them all at the same time, it wouldn't work. But you do all of the pile-ins at the same time. You do the overruns unit by unit. Yeah. Custodians might be grossest. Yeah, no, exactly. Think about Custodians bikers, guys. Yeah, think about Custodians bikers. They're going to be at. So this is why. So that world eaters haven't gone from 6 to midnight. They're at midnight for a full week with this. Yeah, this is why. So guys, guys, how many times? How many? Sorry to wank myself off here, but I'm gonna do it just for a moment, if you don't mind, just for a little moment. Called it. Do you know I lost subscribers over putting that video out? People are like, no, Mordian, you're dooming and glooming. Send me to the black ships, boys. Send me to the black ships. I fucking told you the new fly rules are broken. I told you. I said I haven't quite figured it out exactly yet, but I knew they were going to be fucking broken. There you are. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, no re-rolling on indirect. No re-rolling on indirect. So yeah, you can absolutely chain overruns now. Absolutely fucking chain overruns. So yeah, it's not that she's dead. Fast balance just on friends on. So so here's the thing, right? How do you counter this? All right. The way let's say you've got as we said before, you've got big scary enemy units, right? So the way you counter this is to no longer think in terms of screens. Okay? You no longer think in terms of screens, you think in terms of phalanxes. Okay? So let's say you've got like 10 guardsmen up here. What you do, well, I don't know. Actually, no, let's say let's use Bulgrim, for example. So you take 6 Bulgrim, and then behind it, you can put like another 6 Bulgrim. And then what happens is when the enemy charges you, they end up whether they want to or not, they're charging 12 Bulgrim. But even then, I don't know. But then you got. I think you've got to think in terms of phalanx. Melee defense now is phalanx based, I think, rather than chaff based. I think chaff is dead. Chaff is going to be like a bit of a liability, I think, if you're not careful. But melee defense is going to be a lot harder than melee attack. When people, because you got to think, when people start getting good with this, when people start optimizing, when people start, getting the lists right on this, it's going to be a fucking blender. I think the thing is, the only way to stop overrunning is to have a brick wall. Yeah. I think basically you can no longer think in terms of chaff and speed bumps and stuff like that. You've got to think brick wall. You've got to you can't think about delaying an enemy charge. You've got to think about stopping it dead. It's the only way. Yeah. Wait, so if 2 units are close, they can join the fight. If these 2 Bulgrim units, if the front of this Bulgrim unit is within 2 inches of the front of this Bulgrim unit, then when these Bulgrim get charged, these Bulgrims are in engagement range. Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be a very different way to approaching melee defense. Yeah, you've got to have unstoppable force meets a movable object, exactly. So guard is either bring 18 Bulgrin or lose. Guess I'll die then. Yeah, I think you're gonna need 18 Bulgrin, man. Yeah, I mean, now that you can chain overruns, I think you're gonna need 18 Bulgrin. Yeah, like mandatory for every list. Or you're just gonna have to yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. There's gonna be ways you can play around it, but there's gonna be ways you can leverage it. It's just gonna be one of those moments. So what I would say is this, in like a lot of games, this probably won't come up. But everyone's gonna have a story about how they went to a game, maybe they went to a local RTT, they played against a good player, not demonizing them, calling a sweat or anything. They just played against a fucking good player. And that fucking good player just introduced them to the concept of chaining overruns. And it like basically like ruined it for them because they're like, oh, I don't really play Warhammer like this. Well, sorry, that's how Warhammer's played, kind of thing. Does that make sense? Like, I think you're gonna have, yeah, I think you're gonna have that's what it's gonna create. There's gonna be like, people are going to get introduced to this the hard way. That's the way I would put it. Yeah. They're gonna get introduced to this the hard way. If your opponent attempts to chain over on you, use a brick to their face, their overrun is interrupted. Introduced with no Vaseline. Yeah, exactly. Look, I by the way, I'm not dooming, glooming, or hyping, not or conversely hyping this. We're just going through it rules as written, okay? Like, but I want to make something clear. Like, if you're feeling good about these rules, that's fine. Like, I'm not yucking your yum. And if you're feeling pretty despondent about this, I'm not telling you that you're wrong. You're not. Like, but I don't want this stream to just evolve into a fucking mega salt fest. That can come later in follow-up streams and stuff, right? But right now, we're just talking like objectively. So I just don't want anyone thinking I'm like, I don't know. I just thought it was important to say that. Yeah. Yeah. It's basically just 10th with some absurdly abusable melee rules. Yeah, basically, right? And some pretty cool flyer rules. The flyer rules are cool. Look at the, or all the World Eater players talking to the Gal players. Just look at the flyer rules. We're going to have flyers on the farm with the alfalfa. That's right, Lenny. You're going to have flyers. There you go. All right. What have we got next? Yeah, everyone gets errata day one. I mean, yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, how will they errata it? Honestly, I think they need. I don't want to be a negative Nelly, but I think there's a few things that they've put in here as kind of cool ideas. But unfortunately, I think there's going to be a little bit of this was a nice idea, GW. Now remove it because not all nice ideas are good ideas. Yeah. I do think there's some things like they're gonna have to fix the coherency rules. They're gonna have to fix the overrun rules, or not. Maybe they just maybe this is just the way they want the game to be. I don't fucking know, but yeah, maybe. All right. So chaining overruns does work. We've confirmed that now. Let's have a look here. Evan Rogers, thank you for super chat, man. Is this just rules? So technically, there's the rules and there's the missions, but I can't really translate any of the missions. But I can show you like, deployment zones and stuff. And people who speak French might be able to translate them better. So when I got this, only the core rules were available and translated. There might be someone who's gone through and translated the missions now. If those are available, we can go through the missions as well. Yeah. But yeah, at the moment, I've got this in French, but I haven't got it translated. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So There you go. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get that back. Hopefully we'll be able to look at the missions in English soon enough. Nigel Thornberry, thank you for super chat. Saw close combat weapon rule. Can we see? Sure, man. I can have a look. Probably need to. It might be translated differently. Close combat. What do you want to know? I mean, I guess my question is, what do you want to know about close combat? I think close combat is pistols. Is new pistols, by the way. Oh yeah, close range fire. That was it. Assault fire. You can make an advanced move in assault. Yeah. Close range fire. Engage has not made an advance move this turn. It has one or more close combat weapons. Oh yeah, so close combat is just pistols, guys. So they've just changed it from pistol to close combat. So you can they can give it to more things. A bit like how they changed it from grenades to explosives, so they can give that to more things. There might be some more minutia and nuance to it, but generally speaking, it's just a renaming of pistols. All right. Lower decks, thank you, Super Chat. These working hours suck. Let's have a look, man. If this is a lower decks law thing, I might have to push it back till tomorrow, bro. Just to keep on topic. Let me have a look. Yeah, dude, re-tag it in me tomorrow, all right? Yeah. Now is not the time to introduce 600 new people to the lower decks law. What have we got here? Yeah, literally just remind me tomorrow and at me in the post and I'll do it. There you go. All right, you don't need to re-super chat me or anything. What have we got here? Bob Baba, be honest. Thanks for super chat, man. Be honest, you're the source of the leak. You said you would. No, I mean, I said if I got them, I'd leak them, but I didn't. I'm not the source of the leak, man. No, I'm not. I can say his hand on heart. I'm not the source of the leak. I'm merely reporting on information that's already out there in the public domain. That's it. You know. I'm not the leak. If I was the leak, I'd say I was the leak, but I'm not going to take credit for something that I didn't do. Yeah. Hardcover Pilot, thank you for the super chat. Put the hidden rule through 3 translations to be sure. It breaks LOS, not just makes it an invalid target. Guard has gotten to charge range to do anything now. Gonna be a rough addition, gents. What, really? Is hidden fucked? How's it fucked? Let me have a look. Hidden. A model is hidden while all the following apply. The model has the infantry beast swarm keyword and is within a terrain zone that contains one or more dense terrain features. The unit of that model has not. The models of that unit have not made any range attacks return on previous turn. Well, a model is hidden. It is only visible to any models that within its detection range, unless stated otherwise. A model detection range 15. Okay. So hidden. Regal clause is the new big guns they retire. Okay, fair enough. So close quarters. So basically, pistols and big guns have been combined into close quarters. That's good. Makes it easier, right? How is hidden? I guess the question is, how is hidden? Because I've heard a few people say like, you can't see them from farther away if they're hidden. Why? Like it's detect. I guess the question is, the understanding previously had been that hidden units were still visible. It is only visible to enemy models that are within its detection range, unless otherwise stated. A model detection range is 15 inches. Can hidden units be spotted for indirect outside of 15 inches? I don't think so. I think that might have been a lie. If you're more than 15 inches, you can't see them. Yeah, that's true. Are you basically saying we have to get close to see them? Yeah, I mean, I think that's how hidden was always meant to be done, right? Let me check indirect again, actually. Indirect can't target. Oh, no, it does. It does work. So indirect fire can target weapons which are not, can target units which are not visible. Hidden units are not considered visible, so indirect does counter hidden. Indirect does counter it because it allows them to target units that aren't visible. Yeah, okay. So no, indirect they were right. Indirect does counter. Indirect does counter hidden units, even if and spotting helps as well. An unmodified one or unless you're stationary and the target is visible to one. Yeah, so no, it still works, man. I think it. So, dude, if you get a spotting unit within 15 inches, you can hit them with indirect fire. Because the indirect fire weapon can always target units which aren't visible to it. It just hits better when the unit is visible to another unit in your army. So basically, if you are shooting, if with no spotting involved, if you're just raw dogging it with an indirect fire weapon, shooting at a hidden enemy unit, then a hidden enemy unit, the hidden enemy is not considered visible, so you hit on sixes, right? If you get let's say a scout sentinel within 15 inches of that enemy unit, even though it's hidden, your artillery goes back to hitting on fours. Oh, yeah, next turn your spotter gets charged and destroyed. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Harker pilot. Yeah, you spotted then dies, but, you know, he brought that artillery down magnificently. Spotting rules are right here. There's no official spotting rules, by the way. Spotting is basically a community term. It's not an official term. Like, you don't have to do an action to spot an enemy unit. You don't have to not shoot to spot an enemy unit or anything like that. Spotting just means that the hidden unit is one of your units is in detection range of the hidden unit. It's like passive spotting, not active spotting. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's just visible to one of your units. Any unit doesn't matter. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. But yeah, so hardcore pilot, I don't think so hardcore pilot, you are correct on the way it works. You're correct on your understanding. But and you are correct, it's going to be a rough edition for guard. I think this is going I think when people start optimizing this, it's going to be a toughie. It's going to be a toughie, boys. Oh man. What have we got? James Homer, thank you for super chat. New meta, 21 guards deployed in 9-inch D rings. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe. I don't think you're entirely wrong, but to be honest, I think most people will just sack off 20-man guard units. Yeah, I don't. I think people will sack them off. I think they're too much of a liability, but yeah. Master Pef, thank you for the super chat. Have you seen save allocation putting ones first? Yeah, I think we've talked about this. There you go. Announce the order in which attacks will be allocated to these groups, applying all the following. If a group excluding character groups includes a model that has lost one or more wounds, that group must be the first in the allocation order. No character group can precede a group that is not characters in the allocation order. In the allocation order, character groups that include a model that has lost one or more wounds go before those that include no wounded models. Make saving throws. The opposing player makes one saving throw for each attack that wounded the target by rolling 1d6. Inflict damage. The opposing player chooses resolves the following sequence for each saving throw from lowest result to highest until all attacks are resolved or all models in the unit have been destroyed. In the latter case, X attacks are lost. Choose what? Yeah, from low. So yeah. So basically, you roll all of the dice. So your opponent rolls all the hits and wounds. You roll all your saves, and then you allocate those saves to models. And so you could use this to protect characters. So, for example, if you've got 10 Orc boys and Gazgul Thraka is leading them, and you get hit by, let's say, some Vanguard veterans and a chaplain. Let's say like a big 10-man squad. Let's say they end up doing like 15. Let's say they end up doing 20 wounds to you, right? Oath of moment, whatever you want to imagine. They do 20 wounds to you. You roll the dice, and amazingly, statistically, half of those dice come up as ones, twos, and threes, and half of those dice comes up as 4, 5, and 6s. So you allocate the ones, twos, and threes first to the Orc boys. And they absorb the first 10 wounds and then die. But then the only save rolls left in the pool are 4, 5, and 6s, which then Gazgul just passes all of those because he's got a 4% vulnerable save. And out of what it said to pick the number of dice you allocate to each group, I don't think that's what it says. I mean, maybe. Let's have a look, man. The opposing player resolves the following sequence. Divide all models in the target unit into following groups as many times as necessary. One group for each character, one group for each other model with the same wound save and characteristics. Yeah, so no, you just go characters are one group, the bodyguard's one group. Yeah. Precision does it the other way. So precision reverses it. So you have to apply the high saves first. So when it gets to the character, I think he dies, but I'll double check. Here you go. When resolving attacks with one or more precision weapons at the start of the allocation order step, if the target unit contains one or more visible character models of one or more attacking model, the active player may choose one allocation group that contains those character models. In this case, all attacks resolved or until the character group is destroyed, whichever comes first. That character group is the current allocation group. Yeah, so you still resolve it from lowest to highest. You still resolve the ones first, then the twos and the threes. Precision just means you get to pick the character group first. So that way, like, let's say, using our previous example, you had 10 ones, twos, and threes, and 10 4, 5, and 6s. If you have precision, you could be like, okay, well, I'm gonna make you take those the saves on the character group first rather than the bodyguard group. Yeah. Well, precision in Overwatch, who is the active player? I don't know. Oh, it won't be in here, maybe. I don't think it'll be in here. I haven't got the. I mean, I haven't got the Overwatch stratagem. I mean, we've already got it on like the player whose turn it is, right? One would think Overwatching player is the active player until the Overwatch is complete. One might think that. It doesn't say. It doesn't say, but I think you can presume the active player is the one doing shit. I think if we're getting to that level of look, I love a good rules as written, guys, but if we can't figure out who's the active player during fucking Overwatch, then probably we all just need to pack it in. Right. Peach the Destroyer, thank you, super chat. Dooming and glooming again, but that's fine. Still going to be subscribed because nobody gets to take my X4 status away. Hey! P.S. Do I make you Randy, Miss Baz? Do I make you Randy, baby? Do I make you horny? I probably fucking don't. There you are. There you are. All right. To be fair, it's a fairly niche use case, Overwatch and Precision. It's a simple FAQ away. I mean, active player does normally mean whose turn it is, which would mean that Overwatch and Precision wouldn't work. But that's just that needs FAQing. Yeah, Overwatch and Precision doesn't work at the moment, basically. Which is still funny, but yeah, still ridiculous. Bob Babab, you really look like a conspiracy theorist talking to the darkness of your car. GW Coview, this is why you want to move. Yeah, the car stream was fun, but it was a bit mental at the same time. It was a bit unhinged. Trench Rat Shovel, thank you for super chat. How many months of 11th until you start one-page rules? Don't even go there, man. Guys, I'm trying to be positive about 11th, all right? I'm not succeeding, but at least I'm trying. At least I'm trying. Cosmic Drew, thanks for super chat. Octopus song, 40k needs reaction fire like K47. It needs ambush. Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's look, I don't know, man. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm not dooming and glooming today. I can doom and gloom tomorrow. All right? I can doom and gloom tomorrow. I think it's fine. Just some weird niche cases. Yeah, I mean, in some places, I do think that the overrun thing is fucked, and I do think the coherency thing is fucked. I do think there is. I think there is some pretty big. I think some are like weird niche ones, like Overwatch Precision not working. I think some are pretty big problems, but yeah. Apparently, let's have a look at ambushing. Not ambushing. Let's have a look at embarking. Because apparently embarking was fucked. Models of a transport capacity listed on their data sheet determine the type and maximum number of friendly models that are eligible to embark in it. Multiple units can be embarked in the same transport model at the same time, provided transport capacity is sufficient. Before the battle, the declared battle set formation of your units may begin embarked aboard any friendly transport. Models of transport is sufficient for the entire unit. Embark. Once the first battle round has begun, a friendly unit can embark in a transport model after making a normal advance or fallback move, if all the following conditions are met. Each model of the unit is within 3 inches of the transport. Hey, you don't need to get wholly within to get inside transports now. That's cool. The unit has not been placed on the battlefield this turn. The unit is eligible to embark in the transport. The transport has sufficient transport capacity. When the unit embarks, the active player removes it from the battlefield and sets it aside. It is now embarked in that transport and is no longer on the battlefield. I mean, that seems fine. I don't see why people were saying embarked was fucked. Disembark could be fucked? Okay. In the active player's movement phase, each friendly unit embarks, the transport model can disembark it from making a disembark move. If the transport model is destroyed before moving from the battlefield, the active player must make an emergency disembark move, which each unit embarked. On it. Okay, yeah. Which unit is embarked in? Okay, where's disembark? No. Embark. I'm not really seeing it. Disembark as close as possible. I don't think there's a range on it, so you can wrap your own vehicle to slingshot models out further. My brain hurts. How does that work? I don't see it. I don't see it. Maybe. Oh, 1 minute. Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay, explain it with paint. Okay, I can. I can. Let me explain it with paint. Here we have a chimera. All right. Here we have 1 minute. Shit. Oh, piss. It's all gone wrong. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here you have a squad of 10 guardsmen. Mate, now I want to get out some Bulgrin. We'll use hexagons for the Bulgrin. Ah, I can't place my Bulgrin as I've got to place my Bulgrin as close as possible to the transport. Ah, there you go. Is that 11? Fuck it, they've got a commissar attached. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, fuck guardsmen, man. Absolute mega slingshot. You know. It's a lot of chimeras to achieve this. I'm just going to say it's probably not ever going to actually come up. Okay, let's say this is a chimera and these are whatever vehicles you want to imagine them to be. Now the Bullgrin can get out here. Yeah, but I don't... Yeah. I don't think you're ever actually going to do it, though. Yeah, like, okay, I'll fucking make a giant ball of fucking 6 chimeras so I can push one unit of 3 Bullgrins slightly further out. It does seem slightly unlikely. You could use the side of the board, that's true. It still seems pretty unlikely. Technically, you are correct. It also works with opposing units. That's actually quite clever. Now that I can get behind. Now that I can get behind. So you could, you know, hypothetically speaking, it's as close as possible. You'd have to measure it, but hypothetically speaking, you could drive a chimera up to like an enemy unit. Let's say the enemy unit's like here. Whatever it may be. All right. And if there was like an enemy unit like here and like here, and then you put like one of your units, your chimera like here, then technically speaking, you could get the Bullgrin out like here, leapfrog over. Have to stay 2 inches away from the enemy. Yeah, but you're still going as close as possible. You're just using their 2-inch engagement range against them. Again, very like very niche case. Like, it's gonna come up. I still don't think it's ever gonna. I still don't think it's gonna come up more than once or twice. Yeah, in like the history of the game. But you are technically correct, chat. Yeah. So you've looked at Embark now. The wording doesn't include cannot be affected anyway, like it doesn't now. Doesn't mean abilities could be used inside transports. It does say you are off the battlefield, so I don't know. It's firing deck. No longer on the battlefield. So I don't know. Abilities. I think Stomp is Cleave. Yeah, Stomp is Cleave. It's not a new thing. Yeah, I don't see it. Can you tank shock? Yes, you can, but it's called something else now, so monsters could do it as well. Deep strike just ingress now? Yeah. It doesn't change stuff for like aura abilities because the model itself isn't on the battlefield, but things like the Massive Ox were there was Anger Beauty in terms of ordering inside a Chimera. Yeah, so if it doesn't say you can't use if it doesn't if it doesn't say you can't use abilities whilst not on the battlefield, then you would be able to use. You can already use abilities off the battlefield though, so I don't know how it would necessarily help. You can use abilities off the battlefield, but I guess but in the transport. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think that's been resolved. How is Sentinel Spam looking 11th? I don't know. Not yeah, fine. Not great, not terrible. What do we got here next? McCon, thank you for super chat. More doom, more gloom. All the doom, all the gloom. I'm not dooming. I mean, I'm a little hungry and a little thirsty, but I'm not dooming. McCon, thank you for the super chat, man. Tilting barrels advantage. GW tells you not to glue barrels so they can tilt, but tilted barrel would reduce chassis footprint. Look, right. You can't expect the £6 billion mom and pop shop to get things right every time. You can't expect these things. All right. The thing is, your barrel can basically be in any position you want it to be at the start of the game. It just has to stay in that position for the entire game. Yeah. There you are. Hardcore Pilot, thank you for super chat. The upside of Guard being screwed in 11th edition is I might clear my pile of shame in time for 12th edition. Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? Maybe. So, I'm a bit tired. Let me have a look here. So the thing is that I know it's really let me just have a look at something here. 1 second. All right. I'll tell you what. Designed and placed by top men. Top men! Now let's not be exclusive now, McCon. This is Games Workshop after all. All right. The AI failed us. The AI failed us. All right. Wait, this thing is wrong. Grenades was revealed as within 8th edition, within 8 inches. Wait. That might be a mistake on the. Have we got the core stratagems here? I haven't seen the core stratagems yet. I don't know if they're even in the book. Well, I don't think they're in the core rules. There must be. You've got heroic intervention as an example, but that's it. Oh no! Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. See if we can find grenades. Grenades in the French book is 8 inches. Explosives. So it is 8 inches. I think maybe AI. Some AI translators are better than others. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So it's all right. Your grenades are fine, gentlemen. Your grenades are safe. I'll tell you what. Give me a second. I'm just going to grab a quick drink of water. And then I'm going to have a little chinwag about how people, about sort of people's reactions to the rules. Just from like an objective point of view. Yeah. Let me just have a double check here on a couple of things. Yeah. Right, I'll be back, literally back in 2 or 3 minutes. All right. Just talk for yourselves for a second. Ugh. Yeah, but there's only like 10 bits past with it. Don't get me wrong, I liked it, but still. I know, right? Ugh. 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 All right. What is that strange liquid? It's just water in a blue tinted glass. That's it. The glass is blue. The water is cool. You know? Friggin' Luke Skywalker. Romulan Ale! That's a good reference. There you go. Just went to milk his blue milk beasts. Hey. He's a better general. Don't believe his lies. That's how I know the future, right? Okay. Let me have a look here. So did 11th fully leak? It did. We've just been going through it. So I want to give you some thoughts on the situation. Okay. Just some first impressions, some hot takes after spending 3 hours going through the rules. All right. Well, actually, one second before I do that. Has anyone? I want to see if anyone's translated the missions yet. Oh yeah, apparently Scout doesn't let you redeploy to Strategic Reserve. That was a mistake on Warcom. I can double check that though. I haven't seen yeah, you do not get scouts do not go back into reserves. Okay. You get a 5-inch pile-in if you charge and are no longer engaged, I think. No. No, that's not right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. What a strange detail to certain get wrong. I mean, honestly, it's not that strange when you understand that Games Workshop had a massive purge of their marketing team last year. End of last year. Yeah. Or middle of last year. Yeah, there's a reason why the Warcom articles have gone down the shitter, basically, and have become a bunch of, like, puff pieces and stuff, you know. Yeah. So what does Scout do? Basically does exactly what it does now. There's a little bit of fucking about with you can, like, come from reserve to anywhere in your deployment zone, apparently, but it's not a massive change. It's a niche change. Oh. One thing that's changed, you now have to take 1 minute. Wait, what? That would be fucked, man. Wait. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone. That can't be right. How does that? My brain fucking hurts. So I was reading this bit, and it says, "Looks like we are forced to check invulnerable save first now." So I thought that meant you have to roll against your invulnerable saves before you roll against your normal saves, which would make that completely fucked if you were a Terminator. That can't be quite right. What if you get hit by an AP0 weapon? You just forced to take a 4+ invulnerable save? You do both now? What? You don't roll in. You don't roll invulnerable save. You know, it's not like Old World where you get both saves. I don't think so, anyway. You do take armor and invulnerable saves in that way. It would make sense. Oh, Siri 8 has clocked it. Right, you do the hits that require an invulnerable save first. Right. So it doesn't make a massive difference. So basically, if let's say you had a squad of Terminators and they got hit by that'd take 10 saves, and 5 of them were AP -2 and 5 of them were AP -1, they'd have to take the AP -2 ones first, because that would be the ones that were on the 4+ invulnerable save. And then after that, they'd take the ones that were on their normal armor saves. Okay. That I mean it's a potentially big change, right? Because I don't know, does it make, I don't know if it makes a big difference, but they might not be able to cheese it quite as much. I don't think it actually makes as big a difference as I thought, because this would make a huge difference if cover worked the old way, but in the new system, it doesn't make a difference. Yeah. In 10th, you can't choose not to use a vulnerable save. You just you could just take a 6 if you really want to. Yeah. So it's no, you're not Madlock. Oh, this must be something that works with the fast rolling. Yeah, this can't be. This doesn't work. Because you take the saves, you allocate the save. You have to work from lowest to highest. It says you have to work from lowest to highest. Reasonable and measured response. I don't get it. Think of ogres a mix of slab and brute shields. So if I have a bunch of... Wait. Mordian said calmly. So if I... So if I have a unit of Bulgrins with 3 slab shields and 3 brute shields, and I roll a whole bunch of saves, then even if I want... And let's say a whole bunch of those saves are like AP minus like 2 or AP minus 3. No. Let's say like... So you take like... Basically, it fucks the guys with slab shields over. Because you get hit by a bunch of... Wait, so let's say you get hit by a bunch of AP -1 and AP -2 weapons. I roll all my saves. And I have to take the AP -1. And the AP -1 guys would have to go on the brute shields, even though I wouldn't want them to. And then by the time the AP -2 dice rolls come along, I'd have to take those in the slab shields, which I don't want to. So it kind of invalidates my fucking invulnerable save shields. And I guess the active player would tell me which ones I... That's fucking balls. Because that means my opponent... Wait, do I get... No. Do I get to choose which... Who... Do I get to pick which group of saves I take first, or does my opponent? Because let's say they go, okay, here's all the AP minus. Let's say here's all the AP minus 1 saves. Here's all the AP minus 2 saves. Does my opponent go, I want you to take the AP minus 1s first? You pick the group. Oh, okay. All right. All right. I'm calming. Do you know, chat, or are you just presuming? Are you just hoping? You choose the groups before rolling the saves. Okay, so I would take all of the AP2 ones, roll all of them, and then work out the results of that. And then I'd go, right, now I'm going to take the AP minus 1 ones and roll all of them. Unless, yeah, okay, okay. All right. Slightly less fucked than I originally thought it was. Okay. All right. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Allspecs covered it. Well, we haven't got Allspecs in this stream, have we? So, fucking hell. Of course he's already got a video out. Has Allspecs actually already got a video out? That'd be hilarious. Is that from 3 hours ago? Huge 40k reveals, scouts, healing, non-obsec, non-keywords, obsec factions. I don't think he's got the full thing out yet, has he? He hasn't got it all covered. This is out of date. Ah, yeah. Fucking Allspecs has got it covered, has he? Allspecs has got it covered. No, he hasn't. I've got it fucking covered. Right fucking here, right fucking now. There you are. You know, I keep beating Allspecs to the punch on these things. I'm just saying. It's like the third or fourth time. Everyone says Allspecs gets it out first. No, he fucking doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. Mordian Allspecs crossover, make it happen. Oh, no, me and Allspecs have collabed loads of times, man. Loads. He's a good lad. Yeah, we've done battle reports and all sorts of shit. Yeah. Godlike Poet, this looks more complicated. You know what, man? It's not. It's just this is the first time that you've actually ever read the rules. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. No one reads the fucking rules. But there's a huge... This is what it's like trying to read modern GW rules. This is the complaint that people have about them. That, the way they write them out, it actually makes it really hard to kind of like actually just read them and understand them. Instead, the only real way to learn 40k is to actually play it, because otherwise it's just, it's just brain melting. Yeah. Yeah, it's just brain melting. Yeah, it's like first time reading the legal document. Yeah, exactly. This 10th edition was just like this. Horus Heresy. Guys, Horus Heresy was like, wasn't it like 13 pages or something ridiculous? Like 60 separate steps explaining like how to make a charge. It was something unfathomably uncomplicated. And when you actually just did the charge, it was really simple. It's like roll the dice, move in. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was horrific, man. Yeah, flying units have the fly keyword and can fly. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They didn't bring any of the editor's notes into the... You know how they did all... You know how in the Horus Heresy book, they had all the really complicated rules, but then they had the editor's notes that basically were like... that basically summarized it for all the smooth brains. They didn't bring that over to 40k. Lol. There you are. Right, is that right? Does anybody have any other questions? Or can I give you my hot, steamy takes on this first impressions? Does it show weapon keyword changes? Yes, but it's mostly just consolidation. Like pistol and big guns of a tire is now all covered by close quarters. The close quarters keywords. Auspex fast dice rolling video posted a day ago. And Mordy's like, I beat Auspex. You don't know PowerPoint span speed. Gamer, I literally covered the whole. We covered the whole fast dice rolling thing on live stream, bro. What you on about? See, or I cover things live, raw, and wriggling. And Auspex, he only does pre-recorded content. So whilst technically I beat Auspex to the punch, nobody watches any of my videos because to find any of the information that I talk about, you have to wade through 8 to 12 hours of boring live stream. Or degenerate live stream just to find like the little crumb of information that you want. So Auspex, he technically I beat him, but he often presents the information very quickly and coherently. So there you go. Man speaking facts about his own dreams. Hey man, hey look. I did an entire live stream in a car because it was so fucking hot and I needed my AC. Look, I look, you know what you're in for when you join these fucking things. Don't blame me if you're still coming along. And Penny, do you want to play 11th edition more than K47 after the leaks? No. It isn't terrible, but it hasn't shifted the needle in any way, shape, or form on my feelings towards Warhammer 40k. Like it's fine. Like 40k is decidedly mid. It's decidedly fine. It's not terrible, but it's not great. It just is what it is. 40k just, you know, I'm not one of these people that's going to tell you that 40k is absolutely terrible and it's going to go out there and steal all your money and your girl and it's going to ruin your life or anything like that. Like, no. I might steal all your money because of GW's pricing, but I'm not going to tell you that, you know, Warhammer 40k is absolutely fucking awful and dog shit and all that kind of stuff. No. Like, but 40k is like, it's no longer like, it's just not epic. Do you know what I mean? Like honestly, 40k is just fine. Do you know what I mean? Like 40k is just fine. 11th edition is just fine. But there's not much here that's, you know, really blown me away or anything. Like, I mean, the one thing that's going to blow me away is when I get triple overrun in like one turn and basically get tabled. I'm going to be like, ha, it's like being back in 3rd edition. Oh, we got some food for me. I got a beautiful maiden. Actually, not a maiden anymore, are you? Because you're married. Yeah. I got some dinner. There you are. Got a random concoction. You know, you keep bringing me these random concoction dinners on stream. People are going to think that our dinners are horrific. Well, actually, we eat pretty good. I know. We'll get chat to judge it, shall we? I'm eating it either way. I'm not going to complain. You made me dinner. I'm very, very grateful. I'm very, very grateful. You're not making me dinner ever again, of course. All right, let's have a look. So, chat, what do we think about the dinner? We've got some vegetable mash, some cabbage and leeks, some corn, and a blurry camera, and some chicken. There you go. I think it looks all right. But last time, chat absolutely lambasted my dinner because I had ketchup with pizza on it. Or pizza with ketchup on it. That was it. Yeah, there you go. No, I've no one's ever let me forget the ketchup pizza incident. Murder's morning. I thought it was very good. Yeah, Mrs. Mord, by the way, Mrs. Morden called it a random concoction, not me. I'm always very grateful. Fucking hell, boys. It's pretty nice having your missus come and bring you dinner, you know. I can't complain. Alright, so Valor responds to pizza with ketchup. I'll quickly eat my dinner. Well, I'll chat whilst I'm doing it. Someone was asking about the flyer rules. So flyers come on the board in your turn, stay on the board in your turn, stay on the board in your opponent's turn, and they come off the board at the end of your opponent's turn. So flyers basically are now uppy downy doing strafing runs and shit, rather than like floating around the board. If they have hover, then they don't. I'm not quite sure if hover lets you just become like a skimmer again. But if they have hover, they don't need to take into account -2 movement going over ruins. Man, that one right now. Oh wait, oh you done it, man. Yeah. Alright, boys, only your deep track allowed. It didn't say. It just said reserves. So I imagine if you're if it has deep strike, you can deep strike it. If it doesn't, I imagine you just sort of move on from the edge and just move on like 20 inches. Just about rules. Indirect fire is a bit fucked, Burke. No, you can never use rerolls with indirect fire. And the enemy still gets the benefit of cover. So you still need heavy and take aim to get your guard artillery hitting on force. Will flyers be good spotters for artillery? Yes. Flyers will be good spotters. Swallow before speak, you savage. Bro, your name is Taste of Wang. You can't tell me shit. You fucking swallow. Oh yeah, you can't do better than 4 either. There you go. I'm only taking the piss. I know Taste of Wang. He's been in the channel loads. I'm just busting his balls. Did you find the film of pain rules? Yeah, exactly the same as now. Exactly the same as now. Bert Carlson, how are flash of aircraft? So they always go in reserve. They always go in reserve, and they come on the board in your turn, and then they go off the board in your opponent's turn. So like strafing run style thing. Do flyers get plunging fire? They do not. Flyers do not get plunging fire, but they can't have plunging fire used against them either. They basically are excluded from the plunging fire rules. Stevie, will you be recording a demo game 11? Yeah, I'll do loads of 11th edition battle reports. The returning models back to a unit change? I didn't see it, to be honest. I'll have to look into it. Like, I think it's under heal now, isn't it? It might not have come up with the translation. I don't see it. Return. I don't see anything about it, but I might just be looking for the wrong words. You know, I might be searching the wrong words. There's going to be 500 vertical plunging fire. I'll have a look. I don't see it. It might. I think it's whatever GWs. It might be in the. I think you just have to be one level up, don't you? I don't think you need the 5-inch qualifier anymore. Yeah, I don't think there's a 5-inch qualifier anymore. I think there's just if you're on the if you're above the ground level, basically. It says your turn. I don't think that's right, Godlike Poet. At the end of your turn? Oh, well, let me have a look then. I found it. We found it before. Marine Reserve. They make an arrival move. That's an ingress move. At the end of the opposing turn. Opposing turn. Opposing turn. If someone wants, we can try and find flyer rules in here, and the French can translate it again. Combat. Transport. I think it has to be the end of the opponent's turn, man. It makes sense for it to be that way. Not that applying sense is very helpful in a lot of these things. Might have to. I can't find it. It is opposing turn. Okay, it's opposing turn. Chat's saying it's opposing turn. There you go. Godlike Poet. Yeah, you've got. There's a few different translators that people have used, and some of them have been pretty weak. Anyone who wants to find this info can find it at Warhammer competitive subreddit. So using Bing Translate. Alec, just add in, are aircraft still fucked or decent? They're better. They're now diddled rather than fucked. It would be, they still suffer from, I think some aircraft are going to be good. I don't think guard ones are going to be good. So the reason I say that is the, if you've got an aircraft that hits on 3s natively, you'll probably be okay. You've got an aircraft that has torrent, you'll probably be okay. If you don't have those things, it probably won't be worth it because aircraft still suffer from shooting enemy units that are -1 to hit from cover. So if you bring a Valkyrie in and it tries and shoots, you can't get orders on guard on flyers, right? So you bring a Valkyrie and it's going to hit people on 5s. Let's have a look, Fox Knight. Fox Knight, thanks for your chat. I don't think you get battle shock when getting out of transports anymore. Let's have a look. So it says, make an emergency disembark move, see opposite. But we don't have the see opposite. Someone has made a really nice PDF for translation. Link in stream discussion. All right, let's take a look. Let's have a look. Okay, apparently, yeah, so let's have a look. So the leaks have been out about 5 hours and someone's already made a better looking rulebook than GW's. Sick. Can we search it? We can. Emergent disembark. Place within 6 inches. Your unit is embarked within a transport model that has just been destroyed. Your unit is placed as described in placement. Before moving, make a hazards test for each model of your unit. While moving, place each model of your unit entirely within the placement distance of the transport as close as possible to it. Each model that cannot be placed this way is destroyed. After your unit is battle shocked until the end of the turn, it's not eligible to declare a charge. So it is battle shocked. Yeah. It is battle shocked, guys. Sorry. I dropped a bit of potato. This is good. This is very helpful. Whoever made this, bloody good job. There we go. It's so funny, isn't it? This is what I was talking about. Anytime anything comes out for Warhammer within 24 hours, it's completely dissected. DW never has a chance. Yeah, big shout out to Bruce. Thank you for letting me know about that, man. Alec, I read your super chat out, man. I told you what aircraft do. I said, they come in from reserve, and at the end of your opponent's turn, they go back into reserve. And they keep doing that until they're destroyed. Snow Peace, thanks for super chat. It's alright, Alex. Sorry. I sounded grumpy then. Didn't mean to. I'm just eating. Just don't take me as being grumpy. I'm just a bit hangry. Snow Peace, hype or lame? Are we doomed? We are. It's not hype, and we are not doomed. It's just pretty mid. Like, honestly, that's my take. You want my hot take on 11th edition, guys? Just another day, another dollar. Not terrible. You know, it's not absolutely, you know, I'm not saying it's terrible. I'm not saying you won't enjoy it. I'm not saying you won't be able to play it. Any of the sort of weird niche cases we found, they'll FAQ away. It's fine. It's just business as usual, basically. It's not particularly new, fresh, and exciting. It's just business as usual with some You know, some pretty big changes in there. Don't get me wrong. Like, combat's going to be giga fucked with if you can chain overruns, you're going to have a fucking amazing time. You know, if you can set that up. But you know, yeah, it's fine. And again, look, if you're expecting 11th edition to be the second coming of Christ, you're going to be disappointed. If you expect 11th edition to be a relatively safe, playable game with its own improvements and own problems like 10th edition and 9th edition, it's like that. Yeah, it's FIFA 24, FIFA 25. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to tell you what to think about the edition. All right. Some people will hear it's mid, it's just business as usual, and they'll think that's terrible. Some people will hear that and they'll breathe a big sigh of relief. You know. I got my opinion on it, but yeah, it's just it's not a particularly exciting edition. Would it be boring? Oh well. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's too early to say. I know you guys want me to like jump on the Doom train and everything, but I'd rather play a couple of games of it and then make my mind up. I'm not seeing any. Look, I'm being honest. I'm not seeing anything that's making me rush. Look, I'm not seeing anything that's making me rush out and buy a whole new army for it. There's nothing that's making me do that. But you know, I'll play it with what I've already got. Why does Star Shot need to be nerfed immediately? What's up with it, Udi? See, I don't really pay attention to what happens outside of the guard, so I don't really know which attachments are going to abuse this the most. I'm almost done with my dinner. I'll be 1 more minute. I keep dropping bits of potato. It's quite funny. There we go. What are you smacking on? I've got some sweet potato, some chicken and chorizo, and I ate the corn already. And I've got some leeks as well. Doomsday Arcs of Fly, get assault, +1 to hit versus objectives and vehicles all get towering, plus the Nightbringer gets fly. Yeah, it sounds pretty fucked. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty fucked. But isn't that just, I mean, like, not to be a bit facetious about the entire thing, but isn't that just fucking Warhammer these days? If it wasn't Necrons doing that shit, it'd be someone else doing it, right? The game, this is just the game, this is the game state now. Look, guys, I've been to the 5 stages of grief. I'm firmly at acceptance now. I am basically, I went through this 6 months ago. And now, you guys all get to go through it as well. It's what it is, baby. It is what it is. Tower also cracked. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. Absolute vindication. Absolute vindication. Eric, that's very kind of you to say. The heat's fine now. We had a big storm come in last night, and the heat wave's basically broken. Like, it's still warm, but It's very, very tolerable now, but thank you. Appreciate it. Is the feel no pain for each point of damage or for the wound? Let's take a look. Yeah. Can't spell. There you go. Some warriors suddenly refuse to come, even with fatal wounds. This ability always takes the form of Feel No Pain X. Each time model's ability is about to lose a wound, roll 1d6 on X plus that wound is not lost. So it's per damage because it's done. It's when the model loses a wound, not when they're like a wound is successfully. Does that make sense? It's done, but it's the same as it is now. Wisdom World, you still need to get a ductless mini split. So I looked into this very briefly. I'm talking like 60 seconds. This is going to make all the Americans laugh. This is going to make all the Americans laugh. Apparently in the UK, there's limitations on who can have air conditioning. Apparently not everyone's allowed it. Like, you don't need a license, but it's kind of like, do you have a license for the air conditioner? It's all to do with like net zero targets and stuff, apparently. So it's not as simple case as getting an air conditioner, apparently. But I'll have to look into it. Yeah. You got a license for that AC? And like I said, don't take that as fact. Like, please don't take that as fact. But yeah, apparently there's like a big push against them. That's for new builds integrated into the house. Okay. More emissions. More emissions. Yeah. Hey, look, right. We're not going to get into the politics of it. I think everybody knows. Everybody knows, right? It's kind of like, you know how you like Warhammer, but you don't like GW? That's kind of how it is with Britain and government, right? There you go. Come move to the States. I like the UK, man. There's something very nice. I don't know. It's difficult. It's one of those things, man. You love where you're born, right? And there's something very nice. There is still something pretty special about the UK. It's yeah. There's still something pretty special about it. I can't leave my beans on raw. I can't leave my beans on toast. Yeah. Can't leave it. Beans on toast are sick. If you don't like them, then don't blame me. Yeah, I couldn't get any iron brew either. I'd have to like fucking Zukov smuggling in the Pepsi to America. Well, he was getting it from America, but you know, I'd be smuggling iron brew into America. All right, let me just move this to one side. Thank you all for your patience. We need a little patience. All right. There we go. So, should you try beans on cornbread? Maybe one day. Is that your own farts? Can't be offensive. You like the air you go over it? Oh, no, man. Some of mine can be pretty bad. Yeah. I have done the unfortunate thing of like farting, then sitting down and sitting into my own fart and making myself feel sick. So can't relate to that one, unfortunately. Morning Glory. So you can charge an aircraft, but if you don't kill it, it can just go into trap reserves. And if an aircraft charges you, you can just make a normal move as if you weren't in combat. Yeah, sounds about right. You can't lock aircraft down. You can't lock them down. Aircraft are going to aircraft one way or another. Yeah. Okay. Do you know what? I think we've covered pretty much all of it, you know. Lacerate. That's just cleave, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Psychic's good. Yeah, Psychic's a bit better. Lunge move. What? Flying and lunge. Maximum distance as specified by the rule allowing this type of move. Eligible if all the following apply. The rule allowing this type of move has been triggered. Your unit is not battle shocked and your unit is not engaged and your unit is not moved this phase. Effect. Your unit moves a described movement. Before moving, choose the nearest enemy unit as the lunge target. While moving, each model must finish its move engaged with the lunge target if possible. Each model that cannot finish its move engaged with the lunge target must finish close as possible to it. After moving, you cannot be engaged with one or more enemy units that were not the lunge target. Oh, is that a surge move? Okay, lunge move example. Unit A shoots and destroys 2 models of Unit B. Unit B has an ability allowing it to make a lunge move of D6 after the enemy unit has shot. If one or more of its models were destroyed by those, okay, yeah. I was like, what the fuck is lunge? Yeah, lunge is surge. Okay. I was like, wow, something totally new. It wasn't. Actions are the same. Yeah, it's pretty. Some of the stratagems are here now. The same bravery's 1 command point. Oh, it always was, wasn't it? Yeah. I think it was 2 command points, but you could use it more than once per game. Epic challenge, command reroll. Yeah, it's nothing. I think we've got it all, boys. It's pretty thin on the changes. I mean, it's thin on the changes, but I think the game will change in a big way. I don't get me wrong. I don't think you're going to be able to sleepwalk from 10th into 11th. I think the changes they've made could have a big fucking impact, but it is pretty thin on the changes. Heal keyword. It's not there, man. Crazy, yeah. Psychic just ignores modifiers to hit, but I don't think it's wounds either. I think it's just 1. I fucking abilities indicated by the word psychic are psychic abilities. Like what? No shit, Sherlock. For each attack with a psychic weapon, you can ignore some or all modifiers to the attack's ballistic skill or weapon skill characteristic, and some or all modifiers to the hit roll. Yeah, so you still get wound modifiers, you don't get hit modifiers. Basically, you can use your psychic ability to like foresee the future and make sure the hit always lands. Yeah. Our Imperial Agent's already gone. I don't think I saw faction focus on them. Did they not? Have we had all the faction focuses? Are there any more? We riot and do we ignore wound rolls too? Have you got a Grey Knight or a Thousand Suns army perchance? Necrons are tomorrow. There's one left. Necrons. Oh. Lol. So Imperial Agent's dead. Something, something. Send me to the black ships. Something, something. Told you so. Something, something. Rug pull. I'm not going to rub it in. Yeah. Imperial Agent Deathwatcher confirmed to not get new attachment to the 11th edition launch. That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. I'd be pretty upset if I was a Deathwatch and Imperial Agents player. Or Imperial Agents player, I should say. Some people might be like, oh, what, all three of them? Yeah, no, it's still not great. You'd be upset if they did it to your army. You did warn me. I did. But I don't like being right, Jacob, in this regard. I'd rather I was wrong. The legending will continue until morale improves. They aren't getting squatted. No, but there's hard squatting and there's soft squatting, and they've basically been soft squatted. Yeah. Lyman, thank you for the 47-month member flex, man. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Amazing. Can't you just predict some price cuts and better rules? No, that's not possible. Because that's not... Look, Edgar. This isn't fucking TikTok. We're not some fucking white girl on TikTok manifesting. Okay, we deal in cold, hard assumptions around here. we deal in hot takes, not in wishing things into existence. That's how we do things over here. You want some predictions? The prices are going to go up. The rules are going to be fucked for the first 6 months. There's an accurate prediction for you. Some cold guard beef, exactly. So did Yvrain and her faction get squatted on hard or soft? I think Yvrain, nothing new for Ynnari. I think they're limping along. I think they're limping along into 11th edition. Whatever they've got now is whatever they'll continue to have, basically. It's crazy. See, I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago. For when Ynnari came out. And look, some of you might find this hard to believe, right? But when Ynnari came out, it was a really, really big deal. Like, it was a phenomenally big deal. Because it was like after like fucking 30-ish years of the Eldar and the Dark Elder like hating each other. It was like the two elders were like reuniting, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, holy shit!" Like, you know, the Eldar, you know, it's like what they're like. One is like, "Will this be the hour that we draw swords together?" Ooh, ooh! It was like fucking Theoden and Aragorn kind of thing. Aragorn, I should say. You know, it was like a big moment, and then they had like this big council, and then they had like this big council, and like the Eldar and the Dark Elder were there, and they were like arguing over how they were gonna like stop chaos from taking over the galaxy, because the Eldar don't like chaos either, right? And they really don't like she who thirsts and all that kind of stuff. And they were arguing and blah, 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 and basically it sort of boiled down to like, we don't have, even combined, our forces are not enough to hold back what's coming. Like, even if we got every single Dark Elder and every single Elder, and we all like went into like some like mega like unstoppable force, like big army, like we can't stop what's coming. There's just not enough of us left over. Okay, like we just haven't got the fucking oomph behind it. And even if we did it, even if we did it, it would be the end of our race, and there's no guarantee that we would succeed. Like, not even close. And then I think it was Eldrad, but it might have been someone else, was like, well, what about the humans? And there was like a whole bunch of the other Eldar around. I'm just going to use Eldar as an interchangeable term for both the Dark Eldar and the Eldar, right? A bunch of people at the council meeting were like, "Pah! They are too ignorant. They are too lost in their own, wallowing in their own ignorance and blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff." And I think that's when like the head of the Ynnari was like, whether we like it or not, we are going to need the humans' help. Which was a pretty big like moment when you think about it in the lore, like the Eldar not just looking down on the foolish like primitive Monkey, but actually being like, whether we like it or not, whether they're good allies or not, whether they're the kind of people we want to associate with or not, we need the humans' help if we're going to stop what's coming. And it was really cool, like it was building up to like this really like big thing, and then nothing. Literally, just that's where it, and I'm not a lore guy, so I might be missing out some bits and bobs and stuff like that. But yeah, that's basically, so the Imperium and the Eldar and the Dark Eldar all teamed up, and then it just didn't go anywhere after that. Yeah, and now, it's been left to wither and die, and by the end of 11th, Ynnari won't even exist anymore. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame, because it was actually kind of cool. Like, look, and I'm not like a big Eldar or Space Marine fan, but it was actually like a cool moment. It was a really cool moment, and to have done basically nothing with it is a bit of a crime. It was more than that, but it was all handled so poorly that no one cares. I mean, it was a big deal at the time. It was a very big deal. It was like, it was like everyone was gearing up, like, fuck yeah, we're gonna go and fuck chaos, fuck yeah, and then it just fucking fell apart. It didn't even fall apart, it just withered and died. It would have been better if it had actually, like, gone to shit. Like, it would have been better if, like, they teamed up and it all went to shit and then they all started blaming each other. But instead, GW didn't have the fucking balls for anything like that. So they just sort of let it wither on the vine until, you get to the point now where people are like, oh, Ynnari, who even gives a fuck? And it's like, well, yeah, no one gives a fuck about them now because, well, imagine if GW had done, think about how crazy this is, right? Imagine if Games Workshop had done absolutely fucking nothing with one of the, what's like a good, like, Necrons, like not a main faction, but imagine if GW had literally done nothing with the Necrons, and they'd like basically whittled the Necrons down to a single detachment and like 5 units. People would, over the course of like, probably like 8 years, people would say no one gives a fuck about Necrons, right? Yeah. Yeah. It was just a bit, yeah, they just let it wither on the vine, basically. It was a big shame. But it's kind of, the thing is, it's a shame because the idea was very clearly done to sell models. And now GW is like, okay, well, GW, people say GW thinks in like long term. They don't. They do and they don't. They think in like short term quarterly gains. And someone came up with the idea of, hey, why don't we like, for the end of an edition, let Eldar and Dark Eldar players like buy each other's models. Brilliant. Okay. So they sold a fuckload. Obviously, they were really broken when they first came out, right? And they sold a fuckload of them. And then basically, once GW had sold all the models they wanted, they let them wither on the vine. Yeah. But why the focus of the Corsairs then? Because the Corsair, guys, the Corsairs are going to be bigged up at this big thing. GW is going to shift a load of boxes and then going to let them wither on the vine and come up with the next product they're going to hype. That's how it works. They big something up into being a big deal and then they let it wither on the vine so that they can get you excited for the next big deal. Not to be bloody ruthlessly realistic about this. So sorry to live quite so relentlessly in the real world, chat, but that's how they do it. Why do you think they made Beast Naggers this really, really big, important deal, and then now they've fucked them off? You know, Beast Naggers were like the face of the orcs for like an edition or edition or two, and now it's like, nah, Beast Naggers bag of shit. No one, yeah. Yeah. That's it, man. Like, basically every Warhammer faction is like Abe Simpson. I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. And now what's it? It's scary. And if you're not careful, it'll happen to you. Yeah. You know how it used to be a big deal? Yeah. You know how you're basically like Abe Simpson. Yeah. Almost like you could sell models and make a narrative that makes sense and build upon that without shooting off retcons left and right. Ah, grumble, grumble. Yeah. Yeah, like it all makes sense when you realize, like, and we're getting a little doomery, and I apologize. I don't take this as doom. It's going to sound very negative. It's not. Like I said, it's just kind of relentlessly pragmatic. It all makes sense when you just think about it through the lens of like why GW does everything they do, everything from the lore they write to the narratives they come up with to the reason they let things wither and die. It all is just they do it to make money. They look basically they have mastered the art of getting us hard but not getting us off. That's what happens. They GW will edge you for years and years and years, and they will never give you the payoff. And then eventually, even if you do get the payoff, often because you've been waiting so long for the payoff, you've built it up in your mind, or the community has built it up in their mind on like how good it could be. And then actually the payoff that GW ends up giving is rubbish. Like look at the Terminus Decree, for example. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. GW has mastered the art of edging their community. And the reason why they get away with it is because not that many people stay in the community all that long. Like, as far as Games Workshop's concerned, I'm like a fucking winner that's stuck on GW's like ass hair. They just can't shake loose. Like, you know, GW's like, why are you still here, Mordian? Like, you should have like crashed out ages ago like everyone else. Like, why are you fucking still here? It's like, because I like Warhammer. Yeah, well, you know, it's a reason why everyone, there's a 2-year cycle, buddy. You're only meant to buy models off for 2 years, then you're meant to fuck off and leave. Yeah. People like me, the old grognards, we're the fucking dingleberries. We're the fucking, the crusty jugglers that are like stuck that like won't fucking leave. We've overstayed our welcome. As far as Games Workshop's concerned, we've overstayed our welcome. That's it. We've overstayed our welcome because the whole point is like they hype things up. So like every sort of, if you think of every edition as like a generation, right? Every generation of like of wargamers has like their big moment, like their big like narrative moment, and like everyone goes, oh my, but none of them ever get the payoff. Like the fall of Cadia. Oh my god, the fall of, I was there when the fall of Cadia happened. It was like insane, man. It was this huge thing. It was absolutely mental. Blah blah blah. The fall of Cadia happened. Everyone's thinking, "Oh my god, what is going to happen next with the game? What's going to fucking happen next with the universe?" And the fall of do you want to know what the impact of the fall of Cadia was? Fucking nothing. Do you want to know the impact of Gilliman coming back was? Fucking nothing. Do you want to know the impact? Why? You guys have been waiting, what, like 3 years for the Gilliman and Lion to meet each other? No, the Lion coming back was you getting edged. But you don't get the payoff. The Lion coming back was I was there for when the Lion returned. You know? I was there when fucking Magnus returned, and no one gave a shit. No one gives a shit now. Everyone gave a shit at the time. Oh my god, the first Primarch returning? Everyone has their, oh my god, the Primarch returning is such a big deal. You think Perturabo is going to come back and do anything? Do you know what I mean? Oh my god, Perturabo, he's really gonna mix things up, and if Abaddon gets in his way, nothing's gonna happen. Because they edge you, but they don't get you off. And that's the sales technique. That's how they get the money out of you. They get you hyped up. They get you thinking, oh yeah, I could do with the new army. It's going to be this big thing that's going to happen. And then the next big, and then it withers away. And the next big thing comes along. And they're edging you again. Yeah. You think Armageddon, you think Gazgul going back to Armageddon is going to have any impact? No. Obviously not. Calgar's already come in and stopped it from having an impact. You know, like that's the thing. They don't actually. These big hype moments they're not, the hype moments aren't there to move the story forward, guys. The hype moments, the narrative, that the big things happening, they're not there to advance the story. They're not there to improve the lore. They're not there to like have any payoff. They're there to sell models. They're there to get you hyped and get you hard. But by the time you're ready to bust your beans, you've already, Gino's already got the money out of your wallet, and they're off milking the next group of guys. Yeah, that's it. Like that's it. Like, and this is what I'm saying. I have achieved acceptance. This is what I realized like 6 months ago. I was like, why am I getting mad about this? They've done this literally for fucking years and years and years. At this point, like, this is the way it is, and I don't support it. I don't buy anything new in box from GW. But there's no point in me going on and on and on about it. Like, obviously I still am right now, but, yeah. But there's no point in like, oh, okay. There's a point in going on about it, but there's no point in getting upset about it. Yeah. That's it. There you go. Anyway. Condra's been abandoned the Tyranids solely responsible moving the plot forward. Dude, when have the Tyranids moved the plot forward? The Tyranids are like a joke at this point. I'm sorry. Like, think about this. How exciting was it when the fourth Tyrannic War started? What's the payoff for that, guys? Apparently, the fourth Tyrannic War isn't a big deal. It's not a big deal. No, now it's the Necrons we have to worry about. Yeah. Not gonna let it ruin my life, but I might let it ruin my afternoon. Yeah, exactly. Yes, giving up and no longer applying pressure, relenting when they finally started showing cracks is a much better idea. One, dude, Kian, I'm not giving up. I'm not relenting. I'm not like going out to GW and like buying. I'm not buying the launch box. I've had like a dozen people say, "Hey, do you want to split a launch box?" I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not buying a launch box from Games Workshop. Okay, like look, dude. I'm doing my part. Do you know what I mean? I'm doing my part. I don't buy a single model, but I can't put a gun to your head and tell you not to buy it. I can't tell you not to get excited for it. I can just all I can do is warn you. I can say, look, if you're expecting Armageddon to be a big deal, you're gonna be disappointed. If you're expecting Huron coming back to big deal, it's gonna be disappointing. If you're expecting fucking yeah, you know, bloody Uriel coming back, it's there you go. They capitulated and still Legion, and that should show you that they're feeling the pain and the same. Hey man, look, let me tell you something, right? I've got an original recipe can of Iron Brew down in the fridge. And some of you don't realize how big a deal that is. I'm not talking like the stuff they sell from like 1803. I'm talking the proper Iron Brew before they changed the recipe to put half the sugar in it. Okay, it's well out of date at this point. I'm gonna be like Steve MRE when I drink it. It's gonna probably blow my stomach out. But the day that GW stock line goes down and fucking stays down, I'm gonna crack that open and celebrate. There you go. There you are. See, they showed a picture and everyone shut up and they aren't even here yet. Exactly, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm holding to my no new projects with G-dubs going forward. All I'm doing is finishing my old ones, and after that, well, exactly. Yeah. When Steve Marie went AWOL for like 6 months, I legit thought he'd poisoned himself and died. Me too. Me too. Bro wants more to go and start fist fighting GW employees. Nah, man. Nah. No, I get what Kian's saying, though. Kian's like, don't give up the good fight. It's like, I'm not giving up the good fight. I've just entered the acceptance stage of the good fight. Like, I've accepted GW as the way there is. I've accepted, like, I've done everything I can kind of do. Now I can't, like, stop people from buying their models, you know? I do my thing, they do their thing, and eventually, all I can do is tell people about the realities of Games Workshop. All I can do is objectively tell people about the realities of GW, both the good and the bad. And at that point, it is up to each individual person here to decide whether they want to buy it or not. It's that simple. And that's why I always maintain the stance. When they do something good, I praise them. When they do something bad, I lambast them. It's that simple. Okay? I talk about game. I'm not like one of these channels that will relentlessly shill for Games Workshop. And I'm not one of these channels that will relentlessly hate on Games Workshop. I will just tell you whether something is actually good or actually bad, how I see it. It's that simple. And then at that point, it's up to you guys what you want to do with that information. Yeah. I mean, you could shill a little for a better game. Bro, have you not seen the Conflict 47 content I've been putting out on the channel for a year? How much more do you want me to shill for other games? If you've missed the shilling over the last 12 months, you've not been paying attention. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Relegate Warhammer to Wednesdays. Warhammer Wednesdays. Look, I'll tell you right now, nothing would make me happier than being able to flip the switch and have Warhammer Wednesdays and everything else be other games. Nothing would, but that's unfortunately not. We're not there yet, and we may never get there. That's just not the reality of the situation. People forget how bad 2011 to 2016 was for GW. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, man. It's GW was this close to going under, man. If War Machine hadn't fucked up, man. But the thing is, I don't want GW to have failed then. If GW had failed then, I wouldn't have this amazing job that I have now. But now that miniature wargaming is big enough, GW, you can fail now. It's all right. I've leached off you enough. There you go. There you are. I'm the parasite. I need to find a new host. I can live off other blood now. There you are. 6th and 7th were terrible. Yeah, man. 6th and 7th were terrible. But yeah, I'm gonna say it right now. Like 10th, 11th is gonna be worse. 10th and 11th is gonna be worse than 6th and 7th. Like, it's gonna be bad. In terms of, but people put us, people see, the thing is, right, let me explain, right, let me explain. The parallels between 6th and 7th edition and 10th and 11th are there for all to see. But the difference now that is that in 6th and 7th, we didn't have GW patching the game like they do now. That's the difference. So the reason why 6th and 7th failed, and the reason why 9th, 10th, 11th has succeeded, 9th was kind of like the version 0.95, 10th is like version 1 and of this like full corpo direction GW is going in, is the reason why it succeeds now is because because GW basically sells hope. So it's hopium, right? So everybody knows that if you go back, we actually did this exercise on like stream like a few months ago. Everybody, if you go back over the entirety of 10th edition, at some point there was something broken that was dominating the game. Like, it going back, Defilers for 3 months, Catan Spam for 3 months, Victor's Guard for 3 months. Before that, it was like, what was it? I kind of forgot. Was it Imperial Knights for 3 months? Before, or Grizzled Company for 3 months. Then it was Imperial, blah, blah, blah. You just keep going. You keep going if you go back 3 months and there's something that was to the beginning of the edition, something was fucking everybody. Right? Death Guard were doing it. Eldar at the very beginning, right? See what I mean? Like, you just go back through. At some point, everyone, the balance that people say 10th edition is the most balanced edition there's ever been. It's not. Okay? It's not. It's not. 10th edition has been no more balanced. Sort of at individual snapshots in time, right? 10th edition has been no more balanced than any other edition out there. The difference is now that the game gets updated constantly. So you don't have that horrific, awful experience of like, unless you're an Imperial Agents player, of buying an army and then being like, this will never get better. This will never get better. Okay. And so that's the difference. So in terms of like balance and shit, 6th, 7th, 10th, 11th, it's really not going to be that different. The difference is going to be that you don't have to like, if something is fucked, you don't have to worry about it too much. The perception is you don't have to worry about it for too long. But eventually the new thing comes along and fucks you again. Yeah. 10th has been the most rebound edition so far. That's a big difference. Yeah. Yeah, like, but that's it. And as long as you're like, okay, and here's the thing, as long as you're okay with that, then that's fine. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not telling you whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I will present the information to you as I see it. You guys then make your minds up. If you think, hey, well, I don't really mind that, it keeps things fresh and interesting, to a certain degree, it absolutely fucking does. It absolutely fucking does. But at the same time, some people might hear that and go, that sounds very, very unstable and frustrating situation to deal with. It is. But both things are right at the same time. Yeah. Like, you think, like, you get, like, 11th edition, the first 3 months, 6 months, 11th edition, guys, just steer, guys, everyone right now, you've got to get this nailed into your psyche, all right? With the big old iron nails, okay? The first 3 to 6 months of 11th edition are going to be utterly gigafucked. The balance is going to be horrendous. One thing or another is going to be unstoppably overpowered. It's going to be beyond the pale. It's going to be a wild, heady, eclectic time. That is the situation. That's what happened. It's a new edition. What have we spent the last fucking 4 hours today seeing what holes we can poke in the 40k rules, right? That's just that, you know. You know, that's it. Yeah. That's it. But it's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's not the end of the world. That's just the state of the game. I don't think, you know, I think that's kind of the way. That's the way. That's just the way. That's what I'm saying. This is the way modern Warhammer is, and the only thing the only thing any of us all can do is decide. It's like what they say in Star Troopers. The only freedom anyone really has anymore is to decide for themselves. Use it. Make up your own mind. And that's kind of what it's like with Warhammer, right? The only decision that you have to make is whether you like the sound of what you're hearing or you don't. That's it. That's it. And if you like the sound of what you're hearing, go nuts. Have fun. Play the shit out of it. There you go. What have we got? Got some super chats coming in here. Still unsure. Thank you for the 46 months. Xbox baby. The Wankoff Scorpion Tank Commander. Oh man. Fucking hell, bro. Was that from what was that from? That's a reference in there. Was that from I can't remember. That was from another live stream we did a while ago, isn't it? I feel like it was. I can't remember exactly what the memes were, but I'm sure that's something we had in, like, was it one of the Stellaris memes or gaming streams or something? Maybe. Gut plate. Thank you for super chat, man. Bring back Captain Tycho. Tycho's dead as shit. He's not coming back. It's amazing that they included him as long as they did. Yeah, Captain Tycho was cool. Yeah. For my brother's 30th, I bought an original. He loves Blood Angels. I bought my brother an original metal Captain Tycho model because they weren't available, and I put my absolute heart and soul into painting it up for him, and I gave it to him as 30th. And he still uses it but not for Warhammer. He uses it for the games, but he uses it all the time as it's like one of his favorite captain models. Yeah, Captain Tycho. Do you want to know, guys, how times have changed? Captain Tycho was a special character for the Blood Angels, whose entire unique selling point was that he had a combi weapon. That was it. Because back in the day, combi weapons were like ancient pieces of technology that the Imperium couldn't make anymore. They were like from the age of the Horse Heresy or something, I think, or maybe even older. And so the fact that he had one of these things, it was like, oh my god, it's a melter gun and a bolter. And the crazy thing is that I think it was only one shot. Like, combi melters only used to be like one shot. And he had like one of the first ones in the entire game. Like back in like second or third edition thing mental. Yeah. He had one. And it was like, oh my god, a melter gun, a one-shot melter and a bolter. Like no other like character had that. It was such a big deal. What do we got next? Arantanak, thank you for super chat. We don't need a big stupid company to tell us how to have fun. You can play with Veterans of Doctrines and the Vehicle Damage Table and Scattering Deep Strike. Join us. Pictures in stream discussion. Well, you know what? There might be a bunch of people that You have free will. You can just play Old Hammer. Yeah. True enough. That's a cool board. I love the Pelican. What was it? Echo 419. Faux Hammer. There you are. That's kind of cool. Nice. Old Hammer does exist, and it's absolutely fine. Yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah. Then the vehicle's destroyed. It stays on the board and becomes the terrain piece. Yeah. Yeah. Man's playing fourth. Fourth is great, man. I do wonder if we'll see a resurgence of it. I really do. I do wonder if we will see a resurgence of fourth edition. Not that 10th edition won't be successful. No, I think 10th edition, not 10th. Not that 11th edition won't be successful. I think 11th edition will be very successful. But I think that we might see a resurgence of 3rd/4th edition for the old guard. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. 6 months ago, still waiting on the Cosmic music video for K-47 Scorpion Tank Commander. Oh, wait, is that you were getting it? Was that a dig at Cosmic, was it? Oh, fair enough. There you go. 4th edition is great, man. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. Yeah. There you go. Mid-hammer boom incoming. I mean, maybe. I think, honestly, I do think the realistic situation is that most people will just play a bit of 11th edition. Yeah. I think they will. What have we got here? Aegis, thank you for the fourth. Thank you for the 4th month Benflex. Have you seen the new K-47 Slammer Sang module? I don't know what you mean. I could not possibly confirm or deny whether that is a new Slammer Samuels model. All I have seen is a new Paragon. Just because he happens to have the exact same loadout as Slammer Samuels doesn't mean it is Slammer Samuels. I, because of my NDA, couldn't possibly confirm or deny that. Duck Among Us, I'll tell them. Yeah, I mean, you could tell them. I can't tell them. All right, what have we got here? Eldon Lee, thank you for super chat. Quick TLDR, please. Also a new Commissar and stream discussion. All right, this actually does kind of bring me on to the topic I wanted to talk about. I love that. Great Commissar model. Great. So, for those of you that have only just joined the stream, the full rule book, the full core rules of what's it called? Of 11th edition. I'm trying to find something here. Where the fuck's it gone? Oh yeah. The full core rules of 11th edition have leaked. Basically, what happened is somebody leaked the French version of the rules for the main rules and for the missions. And now people have started like translating it. So there was a bit of a rough translation that some people did with like AI and stuff. There's been a few of those knocking around. And now someone has actually basically done a proper translation of it. It's all happened over the last 4 or 5 hours. So there's a pretty accurate translation now. And so basically the full core rules for 11th edition are now out there. They're in the wild. They're having a great time. So that's what's happened. So they are available. You'll be able to find them in places like Warhammer competitive subreddits and stuff like that. And if you want to run down, now there's quite a few little changes, but truth be told, it's a bit thin. It's a bit thin. So there's been a lot of it you've already seen from like the battle reports that GW did. So you've had you do fast rolling for saves now. I think rather than covering the things that I'd say that the real sort of new things that have come from this leak is flyers now enter the board. So flyers have to go in strategic reserve. They fly on the board from strategic reserve in your turn. They stay on the board during your opponent's turn, and at the end of your opponent's turn, they go off the board. So it's kind of like uppy downy. They come in at the beginning of one player's turn, they go off at the other player's turn, and then beginning of the next player's turn, they come back in again. So they're doing like strafing runs, but it means your opponent has a chance in their turn to shoot your flyer out of the sky. So flyers have been well improved. Flyers don't benefit from plunging fire, though. They also don't. You also can't use plunging fire against them either. So flyers have had a bit of an improvement, but we don't. But they don't have. Flyers have had a big improvement, but I still think because the enemy will still get the benefit of cover against your flyers if they're in cover. I think that there's a chance that so only certain flyers will do well. Like if you've got a flyer that has like a bunch of torrent weapons, I think you'll be fine. Or a flyer that ignores to hit modifiers, you'll be fine. Or a flyer that like hits on like basically I think Tau flyers and like Doom sides are going to be good. Yeah, flying trousers back on the menu, maybe. So flyers are looking good again. Indirect fire, it's pretty much how we thought it was. What GW told us. The only difference is that the enemy still does get the benefit of cover. So as a guard player, you're going to need heavy and take aim and a spotting unit in order to be able to get your artillery back to where it was. So it's kind of like how it was, but now you need to have spotters. And then you've got the other big change is the details around overrun. So it is now possible to chain overruns. So if you're not careful, your opponent can really slingshot themselves up the board. If they set it up well and you're complacent about it, overrun could see you lose a huge swathe of your army in one turn. Like it's a horrifically powerful rule. You've also got I'd say the big fuck up with the addition. The big fuck up is the coherency rules have now been fully revealed, and yeah, I mean the best example of showing you how fucked the coherency rules are is to show you a legal example of a unit being in coherency. That is one single Grey Knight squad, because the rule says every model in this unit is within 2 inches of at least one other model in its unit, comma, and every model is within 9 inches of every other model in its unit. So these two are within 2 inches of each other, these two are within 2 inches of each other, and the whole unit's within 9 inches of each other. Yeah. So there's I'm not gonna lie to you, there are some pretty fucky things with the addition. Pivoting is now free as well, and you now measure all distances from any part of the model. So previously it used to be to the hull. Now, if you've got a long barrel like on a Vanquisher, the opponent's gonna start making it easier to charge. It's gonna make it easier for your opponent to charge you and stuff like that. Yeah, heavy now is you. We already sort of knew this, but heavy is you don't need to stay still. You just have to move less than 3 inches, and heavy works, so you can get a little bit more use out of it. And then you've got, yeah, but that. To be honest, that's all. That pretty much covers all of the big new things that you didn't already know from like Warhammer Community and the battle boards and stuff. So like, there's obviously more changes than that. You know, there's like changes to like people are saying like heavy and stuff. There's like you know about how the terrain works. You tow into it, you can see out of it. There are more changes to that, but honestly, the leaks aren't even that much of a big deal because they only really clarify or reveal like 4 or 5 things we didn't know. The rest of it, you pretty much knew it all. Yeah. Yeah. The rest, yeah. There you go. So, so yeah, basically, like, it's 11th edition is out there now. And you already knew most of it from what had been revealed. The leaks have kind of just given us the legalese of it all and shown us a few extra things that we didn't know about, like flyers and stuff. But yeah, there you go. So that pretty much covers like the quick TLDR, Elden Ring. I hope that helps. Just mentioning faction rules, systems and missions now. Yeah, we've got the missions. I don't think they're translated yet, but someone might have translated them already. We've got the missions. We just need them translating. So the only thing we're really missing at this point is force disposition. We just need to know what each we just need to know what each detachment's force disposition is, because each detachment gives you one force disposition. So if you take one 3DP detachment, that will only give you access to one force disposition. If you take like multiple 1.1s, that will get you access to 3 different force dispositions. So there's yeah. So apparently I've got someone sent them to me. Let me have a look. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, there you go. That's really helpful, actually. Big shout out to Spaceman Spiff. Thank you, bro. Let's have a look. So we've got the new missions. Hey, look, we got more new shit. We got more new shit, boys. So we've got the corals. Just when you thought the stream was going to end, just when you thought that we didn't have any new information for you, look at this. We have got some new stuff for you. So this is still like AI translated, so there might still be a bit of fucky wookiness around it. But generally speaking, I think it's going to be close enough, right? So these are all this is what I've got. So I've got the recon ones here, and then there's the rest of them here, I think. Or maybe there might be one. Let me just double check. There might be one more. Those might be secondaries. We might not have all of it. Let me have a look. It doesn't seem like it's quite all of it, but it's a decent amount of it. Yeah, we won't worry about it too much, to be fair. Let's just see what we've got, and we can worry about it the rest of it later. Yeah. So here you go. So you've got there's the I've got the 6 recon ones, and the 6 what do you call it? Acquisition ones, and then there's like 5 purge ones here. But I think some of these are different actually. Oh, these are actions. Oh, these are all actions. Okay, so they're not all the okay, to be honest, not all the missions are here. Not all the missions are here. Oh, these are just the actions. Oh, okay. So it's not quite everything. I still appreciate it, Spaceman, don't get me wrong. But there's oh wait, is it just actions? It might just be actions anyway. That might be what got leaked. Ah. Okay, some of it's action, some of it's not. Yeah, okay. To be honest, kind of the big one is seeing what mission goes into what, isn't it, when you think about it? Yeah. Okay. So no, we don't have all the missions, unfortunately. We don't have all the missions, but it's all good. What story twin linked? It's same as now. There's some dodgy translations going around that are making all the AdMech players want to off themselves, but the reality is that it's exactly the same as it is now. So Yeah, we've got a bit of information here. So most of this is actions though, but I don't think it's super without the actual missions, you know, like the actions are a bit harder to really appreciate. So we've got some extra information there. But yeah, no, it's not quite not quite enough. All right. But Spaceman, it's still cool to know that kind of shit. It'll all look, to be honest, by the end of the once the leaks have started, you know, by the end of the what do you call it? By the end of the weekend, it'll all be out there now. Yeah. It'll all be out there. Anonymous, I'm sure GW Marketing is thrilled that the first impression of the missions will be through an AI filter. So funny how GW is like, we're anti-AI. And all, yeah, it's so funny, isn't it? Like GW does all this like performative, like, we're anti-AI, blah, blah, blah. And you know, look, some people are anti it, some people are pro it. I'm not opening that kind of worms right now. And like the first thing the community does when they get the whole of the rules is to use an AI to translate it. Highly, highly ironic. Yeah. Yeah. They should just have been like, well, fuck it, it leaked. Oh, no, they should be. The best thing GW could do right now is give us everything. And they could be like, well, we don't want you guys, you know, using like dodgy AI translations, abominable intelligence and all that kind of stuff. Best thing they could do is get ahead of it and just be like, here's the full rules. Here's the rules, dispositions, everything. You can start playing it now. And all you can start playing it now. And, you know, when the launch box comes around, that's when you get the new models. Yeah. Is that how we're 9th? I don't know if that happened with 9th, to be honest. I can't remember. Yeah. What do we got here? Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat, man. You can keep your extra virgin Tycho as long as I get Sergeant Bastone and Captain Arahem, big balls back. I mean, dude, I'd love to bring all the old characters back. Sergeant Bastone, Captain Arahem, Commander Chenkov. What were the other ones? The bloody rattling guy that ate all the pies. Yeah, let's bring them all back, man. Bring them all back. That's what I say. What have we got here? Pinball Wit, thank you for the 21 months, man. X-Force, baby. 07 back at you, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Actor Nate, someone in the office now with the bolt of the head writing a copy for Warcom. It's after hours there, guys. They have to agree to do that during work hours. That's not a small decision. Let Varak do his job. It's what they pay him for. Oh, hilarious. Was the end of code times, if I recall correctly? Alex, you might have been right. I don't remember, to be honest. Yeah, Varak's seething right now. He's like, Varak's like, but I was meant to leak it. This is the thing. Varak sits on these things too long. Sometimes they come out, you know. You know? There you are. Oh, that's true, Godlike Post. The cool thing I'm seeing about hazard tests is that the unit that serves the mortals, you don't actually do the fireball. That's true. So if you overcharge a plasma gun and fail your hazard test, a normal lasgun guy dies. Yeah. Which makes it makes it quicker and stuff. Makes it better. Makes plasma a lot better. Maybe GW although you guys are I was gonna say maybe GW's making plasma great again, but you guys are gonna be dying like piss with all the hazardous tests on 1s and 2s. Yeah. I think the idea is the guy holding the plasma gun like dies, and then another guy runs in and picks it up. Yeah. The guy who holds the gun, yeah, I mean, I've always saw it as the plasma gun exploding, and them like it's not usable any longer. Yeah, but there you are. Hey, grab this. That's so funny. You've got a commissar, the plasma pistol. It's like, sir, please stop overcharging. Stop overcharging. Shut up, coward. As his squad's like immolating around him. your hazard on 1s and 2s. That's true. Ones and 2s. So they made hazardous. It's so funny. They made hazardous like more impactful, and then they made it less impactful. The Plaza Russ is dead. Oh yeah. I hope you're all happy, Melter Sponson Bros. You've ruined my plasma cannon sponsons. But hey. Hey. On the plus side, the El Clasico is back on the menu, boys. Lehman Russ Battle Cannon, Las Cannon, Heavy Bolters. Never goes out of style. That's why you take the bolters. That's why you take the bolters. Where is he? Here you go. This tank has been in my collection for 20 years. He's been repainted so many times, he's basically bulletproof. He's been repainted, fixed. Dude, that's why he's got like random bits. If you're wondering like what the random bits are doing, it's covering up holes and cracks in the models and stuff. The old El Clasico. There you are. Never lets you down. Always gets the job done. There you go. Duncan Rhodes would cry. Yeah, well, that's his problem. They also made it only one mortal unless it's a vehicle monster. Yeah, so I guess like if you're like a space marine, it's better. But there's like if you're like if you're a medium infantry, it's better. But if you're not, it's worse in pretty much every way. Am I going to have to place all the plasma cannons on my Russes? I mean, you could Godlike Poet, or you could just stick with the plasma cannons. Tell you what, Godlike Poet. Let's both stick with the plasma cannons. Let's both overcharge, and I'll meet you in Valhalla. I'll meet you on the bottom tables, my friend. There you are. Putting water in the paint hurts your tank. It's true. It's true. Just be a man and always overcharge? Exactly, right? ABOC. Always be overcharging. Paint like an Essex girl. Applies makeup with a paint roller. Hey, don't be mean. This is much better painted than an Essex girl. We die like men. Always be overcharging. Death or glory is the guard way. Exactly. There you are. Yeah, I do that as well, Mad Larkin. I'll tell my opponent I always overcharge. Don't ask. Yeah, exactly. That's the way. I'll let you know when I'm not overcharging. All right. Even if it costs you the game, always be overcharging. God, I got so many tabs open. There we go. Oh. All right, cool. Cool. The Necron Hazard Bubble Strap might actually do something now. Hey, it might do, actually. Yeah, it might actually do something. What have we got here? So, I'm going to grab a quick drink, guys, and then we might do some sort of final thoughts. And then we might wrap the bad boy up. Because I started the stream early, but I've been streaming for like 5 or 6 hours, so... Feels like it might be a good time to start. Frankly, I'm getting a bit tired. I know. Oh, baby Morden's getting a little tidy-whitey. I know, I am. But I've got to do a daytime stream tomorrow. So, there you are. So, 12-hour stream? No. I'm not 12-hour stream. Chaos Space Marines overcharging with Dark Pack. Let's go. I mean, yeah, Chaos Space Marines will be all right from it because... Even if they take a hazard, even though the hazard goes off more likely, you're only taking one mortal wound per time. Yeah. What we're streaming tomorrow? I'll just be chatting bollocks. We'll be I'll probably sleep on this and then we can we can talk about it more once that's on it. Has AP changed? I don't think so, man. You sound like Melter. Has Melter changed? I don't think so. No. Here you go. Your AI is hallucinating. Melt weapons project steering rays whose power is amplified at short range. This ability always takes the form Melter X. For each attack with a Melter weapon, if the target unit is within half range of the weapon at the selected target step, then until the attacker unit's attacks have been resolved, add X to the weapon's damage characteristic. There you go. Yeah, honestly, not that much change. I think I know what I'm doing tonight. Figuring out a limitation list to break the game so hard it makes everyone crash out to K47 for 3 years. Oh man. Right, I tell you what. I tell you what. Let me grab a drink. Let me grab a drink and then let's do some final thoughts on 11th edition. All right? All right, give me a second. No. There you go. I'm back, baby. Geez, have they officially codified that having a leader with fly, joining it without fly means the whole unit can fly? Yeah, I think the whole unit can fly now. They fly now? They fly now. Yep. There you go. Models of the fly keyword and units of which such models are part. And units of which such models are part are said to be able to fly. So if you have the fly keyword, and if you're part of a unit, and if you're a model that is part of you that has the fly keyword, then you all fly. There you go. So I don't know. Think what's the most broken combo you can come up with, guys? There you are. I'm sure that won't be abused. For how many units of fly can join non-fly units? Winged Tyranid primes suddenly became very good because you can have a winged Tyranid prime join a 6-man squad of Tyranids with melee weapons, jump over a squad and start just wrecking stuff. Junith Pulpit, nice. Was something I skipped your memberships you joined? Oh, I didn't mean to. I thought I did them. No, I said thank you. I think. I'm sure I said thank you, but you can have another one. You can have another one. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. There you go, mate. 07. Thank you, bro. Oh man. Yeah, Eldar Autarchs can as well. Sweet dude, hey Morty, you aren't leaving for good anytime soon, are you? I mean, I fucking hope not. What do you mean? I'm not gonna off myself, mate, or anything like that, if that's what you were saying. Or stop streaming anytime soon. Yeah. Look, look, Warhammer's bad, but it's not that bad. We're not quite there yet. Yeah, I'm leaving for the Rift. I'm like Frodo going to the Rift. Yeah. I would Deep Strike is the same. One model has it, the whole unit gets it. Ooh, that's a good question. No, all the models have to have it. Same with Scout. So it's just Fly that it's just Fly they fucked it up on. Just Fly they fucked it up on. Is Indirect 11 shelf tier then? It's not shelf tier, but it's certainly not A tier or B tier. It's like lower. It's like C minus, maybe D plus. So can my Rubik's get Fly with Armament? Yes. There's so few use cases though. C and X tier. Hey, there you go. Bonus AP is looking really good on siege cannons. Yeah, I mean if you can spot for them, yeah. If you can spot for them, otherwise not so much. So let's have a little chat, shall we? I think it's time for a little conversation. I just realized the background track's not been on this entire stream. There you go. You can have it on now, guys. I'm sorry, but we're going to have a little talk. Did anyone else just get flashbacks to their childhood? Will hiders be S tier? I mean, they'll be better. Yeah. They'll be better. What weapon would you recommend for the main gun on Lemur's Tank Commander? Execution and Plasma Cannon. But Mordian, they hazard us on 1s and 2s now. Yeah, I know. I want to fire twice. You see, in case you've not picked up on it, a death befitting an officer does not specify you have to die to an enemy attack. It just says when you're destroyed. So what you do is you fire all of your weapons. You take two plasma cannon sponsons, plasma cannon turret, overcharge it all, die, trigger death befitting an officer, and you get to fire again at full strength. Truly a death befitting an officer. There you are. There you are. On a serious note, there's not many good options left. There's not many good options left now. The Demolisher Cannon's too swingy. The Plasma Cannons... GW has systematically, over the last year and a half, tried to make every single option for tank commanders bad. I'm actually not sure. Like, maybe the Vanquisher, because heavy, you still move a bit with heavy and shoot it. So he can get +1 to hit for himself, +1 to hit with the order. Execution Plasma Cannon is probably a bit risky now. And the Battle Cannon's fine, but really you need the full rerolls. You're going to be spending more points on a vehicle. It's going to feel like it's doing less. Eradicator's okay, but I used the Tank Commander Eradicator and it was decidedly mid. Yeah. So yeah, it's probably unironically the Executioner for the double shoot, trying to fish for double shoot, or it's the Vanquisher. The Nova Cannon's just a bit wimpy. So Dawn Commanders, yeah, Dawn Commanders are looking pretty tasty. Or, you know, or you just take someone who can order your tanks without, like an officer of some kind, like Yarrick, or what do you call it, Lord Solo, or you take the combined arms attachment, you know, and in the combined arms attachment you can use the stratagem that lets your infantry officers order your tanks. Yeah, so I think I'm probably going combined arms and then just using the stratagem. Probably the best way to go. Or just accept my tank commanders. Or, like I said, Vanquishers. But it's a bit expensive. Yeah. Depends. Yeah, I guess as people said, there might be different points. It depends if the points change for each weapon on the tank commander. Like they said, granular points. Does armored infantry do it as well, Mad Larkin? That might be a good choice, yeah. Hung about work has been insane. Haven't been watching a couple of hours. This guy's still completely cooked for 11th. Yeah, nothing's changed. People apparently have been saying like that the UKTC Discord or something leaked, and they've all been like play testing 11th edition, and they all think that guard's really powerful in it. But I guess, are we talking Imperial Guard or are we talking Astra Militarum? Yeah. Last Dragon, thank you for the 17 months, man. Did your Ogren bus survive? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's not changed. That was, but that, well, until we had, right now it's as good as ever it was. Yeah. Because it's like, we've not got any, its points may change, but right now it's as good as it was. I'm looking a bit spicy, not gonna lie. Yeah, I think that's it's gonna be a different. It's a new edition. It's gonna be a new meta. Admech looking all right. But yeah, let me have a little think here, guys, and I'll give you my hot takes. Leaked already? Damn, yes, and Darius. 4 leaks. I thought a battle line was looking positive 11th. Apparently not. I mean, maybe little shit muncher squads for running around doing objectives, but yeah, not 20-man blobs are looking a bit. You might be able to do some mad shit with 20-man blobs and the new coherency rules, but I'm expecting that to get fixed. Oh, nosy, but yeah, I just got home. It's Hobby Thursday. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm knackered, man. I gotta go to sleep in a bit. Yeah, I mean, Lima's battle tanks are looking good, to be fair. Right, anyway. Let me give you the hot takes. All right. Oh, my brain's gone like soup. It's been an exciting day. It's been an exciting day. I feel like, I'm crashing down a little bit. Okay. So it's only gone and bloody happened. 11th edition has fully leaked. You'll never hear me say this ever again, but thank God for the French. Those beautiful liberté loving bastards sent the whole thing out into the great beyond, as it were. But we now have the full rules, and we've been on stream pouring over them and everything, and yeah, 11th edition is a thing, I guess. That would kind of be my hot take on the whole thing. It's certainly one of the editions of all time. Now, that might sound like I'm being particularly negative, but I'm not. And I'll sort of go through some of the main changes that have been revealed by the leaks. Bear in mind that I'm not going to cover everything that's changed because a lot of it's already been shown off by GW. But I'll go through some of the main bits that have come forth from the leaks, and then give you sort of my general impressions of 11th edition. Now that we kind of have nearly the full picture, I guess we're just missing the missions and the force dispositions and stuff, right? So one of the main things that's changed in 11th is you can do this overrun move, where if you've not fought yet, you can overrun if you're like in a combat. But so let's say you got 2 units in combat, the unit you're fighting dies, but one of your units still hasn't activated yet. It gets a chance to basically do a free pile-in. And if you're quite clever with this, you can do some chaining overruns, especially if you're something like World Eaters, where you could really start chaining the overruns and stuff. So chaining overruns is possible. You just have to set it up, which could make for some real, I think it's 3rd edition flashbacks, where a whole flank gets wrapped up by like 1 squad of Gene Stealers or Corn Berserkers. So it's not quite 1 squad because you'd have to use multiple squads set up, but chaining overruns is a big thing. The way saves work, we saw that in the live streams. That's been like confirmed now. So you basically roll them all and start assigning them from bottom to top. So low saves first, high saves later. So you can use that to protect characters and stuff. You've also got changes to flyers. Big changes to the flyers. So flyers now, they come in from strategic reserve in your turn, do their thing, do shooting, moving, all that kind of stuff. And then they hang around on the board until the end of your opponent's turn. So they come in yours. Your opponent basically has their turn to do something about them if they want to. And then they go flying off. So I think that's a really good positive change. That makes flyers much better than they were in 10th and makes them much more immersive. So, good. I do think that, though, one of the things that came up with flyers is that they don't benefit from plunging fire, but they don't get plunging fire against them. Now, it makes sense. You can't plunging fire against a flyer. It's up in the sky. I think it's utterly stupid that flyers don't get plunging fire built in. Because if plunging fire is to represent you're high in the sky, so you can just like, yeah, I think they should get it inbuilt, but they don't. So what this is going to do with flyers is sort of really, and I've been saying this about a lot of stuff in 11th edition. It's going to basically like segregate flyers into the broken and to the unusably bad, into the trash and the OP. So flyers like Valkyries, for example, I don't think are going to be particularly good. They might change because, flyers and transports there might be something there, like fly on, you guys drop out, maybe, right? But why wouldn't you just deep strike them, I guess, most of the time would be the question. But then, the reason why Valkyries I don't think are going to be particularly good is because they only hit on a basic blitz skill of 4+. And they can't receive orders because they have to start basically keep being in strategic reserve constantly. And there's not much that can order flyers anyway. So they're basically going to hit on 5s most of the time. And that's a similar problem that's going to afflict things like your Avenger Strike Fighters. And you're going to have loads of other flyers which are going to be finding themselves in a similar situation where they just, even if you hit on a base of like 3, you're going to end up being hit on 4s. It's going to be an issue. So I think the only flyers that are really going to be worth a damn are ones that ignore cover and can get themselves back up to hitting on a 3. Basically just like all other shooting, right? Because flyers can't do any combat or anything like that. They can be attacked in combat if you've got fly, but then they just go back into strategic reserve. You can't lock them down, essentially. But, I think that's almost like the Corvus Black Star. Amazing. Corvus Black Star meta incoming. But the real winners from this, again, are the bloody Tau. I'm telling you. Tau are making out like bandits in this edition. Absolutely making out like bandits. And you know what's funny? It doesn't surprise me because I believe Phil Kelly is a fan of the Tau. Did Phil Kelly not write a whole bunch of like Farsight books for the Tau and all this kind of stuff? So Phil Kelly is a fan of the Tau. Phil Kelly is the head of the head of the 40k team now. And so the best flyers in the game now, I think, are Tau flyers. Because Tau flyers, you just spot for them with your marker lights and stuff, and they get +1 to hit ignores cover. So I don't know exactly, I'm not sure what the Tau flyers are equipped with, but yeah, like I think some of them get like rail rifles and stuff as well. So yeah, it could be kind of interesting seeing like Tau flyers started to make a bit of a comeback. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know. I'm not committing to the Tau flyer meta incoming statement just yet because I don't know what weapons they come with. But I think there's some play to them there. I think there's some play to it. So flyers are another thing which is looking better. Indirect fire has caused a bit of a stir because indirect fire, it's like what we already knew. You hit on 6s unless you can spot for your indirect fire, then you can hit on normally. But the way it's not actually you hit normally. So you still have the whole an unmodified 1 to 3 misses. 4, 5, or 6 does hit. But the enemy also still gets the benefit of cover. So if you're guard and you wanted to hit on 4s with your artillery, you are going to need heavy and take aim on things like your field orders batteries and your artillery teams and stuff. Or if you hit on a base but it's got a 4, you're still going to need take aim. So so artillery is basically in the same position as it is now, but you need spotters to make it work. But that's kind of immersive. That's okay with it. And it's kind of a bit of a side grade. because you need spotters, but all of the AP now matters. So your fobs and your heavy mortars and stuff are actually going to matter again. So yeah, like artillery has, but the big thing that's changed with artillery is no rerolls. No rerolls are allowed with anything with indirect fire. So that's pretty big. Also, I think you could only indirect fire if you stay still. At the very least, you could only get back to hitting on 4s if you stay still, right? So I don't think you can have assault gun basilisks running around the place, firing indirectly. They can fire directly, but not indirectly. SMS will struggle with that as well. Yep, SMS system's gone down the shitter with that one as well. Yeah, so because they can't stay, you can't stay still with them and get the hitting good. So yeah, so indirect fire, flyers, saves, big overrun. Those are kind of some of the big ones. The other big one is coherency. So the best way to explain how so some of what we've talked about so far isn't necessarily good or bad. Like I think the chaining overruns thing is bad. I think that's a bit fucked. I think the other stuff is just changes. Up, down, left, right, spinning circles. They're just changes, right? I would say number one broken thing from the rules, and this is utterly broken and will need to be fixed, is this. And a picture paints 1,000 words. This is a legal coherency in 11th edition. Because the rule states every model in this unit is within 2 inches of at least one other model in this unit, and every model is within 9 inches of every other model in its unit. Therefore, this unit is in coherency. So these guys are within 2 inches of each other. These guys are within 2 inches of each other, and everyone's within 9 inches of each other. So it's pretty balked. That's pretty balked. Now, the information we don't have just yet is exactly how, like I said, missions are going to work and force positions. A lot of that stuff is still coming down the line, but we've got the core rules now. But those are really the main big changes that have been revealed from the leaks. Everything else you've kind of seen from Games Workshop. So, you know that hidden is a thing. You know that towing into cover is a thing. You know how terrain works and all that kind of stuff. How they've done the fast rolling on the saves and all that kind of stuff. The rest of it you've already seen. We haven't got the detachment costs yet. No, we haven't got the detachment costs yet. But the rest of it you've seen. So really now we have the full picture of 11th edition. Because even if we don't have every single detachment and disposition and everything, we've seen them in action in the battle reports. So I guess the big question is now, what is the take on 11th edition? I think it's fine. And I'm not dooming on it in any way, shape, or form. I promise you I'm being utterly objective. I promise you I'm not overhyping it or underhyping it. I'm giving you just the take. Based on what we've seen up until this point, 11th edition just looks fine. It is not going to be a particularly earth-shattering or earth-shaking edition. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be balanced. That doesn't mean it's not going to have heady heights and terrible lows. But what I mean is, it's kind of another day, another dollar. And I said this the other day when we sort of did the live stream talking about the car live stream, if you guys remember. It's all right. It's all right. It's fine. It's just going to be very much an evolution of 10th edition, and it's going to have a completely different meta. There's going to be a lot from like a competitive point of view. It's going to feel very different, but not necessarily. It's going to feel very different in the specifics, because maybe certain factions are going to be on top now versus others. Like, maybe Necrons are going to dominate now versus, well, they already are dominating, but maybe Necrons and Tau are going to be the two top dogs versus Chaos Defilers and Ultramarines. You see what I mean? Like, there's going to be a new meta that comes in. There's going to be new factions that are going to be on top. There's going to be new ways of approaching things like screening and list building and all that stuff. There's going to be lots of, like, when it comes to like sort of the minutiae of the mechanics, when it comes to like the specifics of like how you do things, there's going to be some bits that feel different. I think the end result, like I said, is really going to feel like it's. I think that I think what's going to feel the most different is which faction is absolutely wrecking everybody else this month. Because that's what Warhammer 40k is all about. Like, people say 10th edition is the most balanced, but it's not. If you actually go back and look through the edition, every 3 months someone else is on top, right? It's just basically everyone's had their time in the sun, really. And I think what's going to happen with 11th is kind of like there's someone, it's going to reorder who's the top dogs and who's not. But that's what's going to feel the most different about it. Not necessarily the way the game plays, the way the game feels, the way the game, even the way the game looks, although the terrain I think will look a bit better. Okay? Like, I think the game is going to, it's if you enjoyed 10th edition, you will enjoy 11th edition. But if you were hoping 11th edition was going to do some big problem solving for you, it's not going to do it. It's not. The core fundamentals of the way the game operates is still very, very similar. It's still I go, you go. There's still stratagems. There's still cumulative scoring, all that kind of stuff. It's still very much New Hammer. The games are still going to take 3 hours. It's all that. People are still going to be interrupting each other. Command point rerolling. They've not got rid of any of that kind of stuff, right? It's not any of that's changed. So basically, what's going to kind of happen is like they've tweaked a bunch of mechanics. They've tweaked a bunch of mechanics, and it's certain factions are going to be able to take advantage of those tweaks better than others. But fundamentally, are you still going to have? Are you still going to have like spam lists? Are you still going to have competitive consuming the casual scene? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a particularly immersive edition. I don't think this is going to be a particularly narrative edition or anything like that. I think this is going to be basically business as usual. You're in a slightly different office. That's it. So that's kind of and that's what I've been saying for a little while with 11th edition. That it's very much just an evolution of, it's the next step on the evolution of New Hammer. But that this is, if I was to sort of something, I think it's a very safe kind of like, it's a very safe corporate edition. This is not like when we went from 7th edition to 8th edition. It's not like we went from 9th edition to 10th edition. It's not like it. It's a continuation edition. And it's exactly, if you've been through this before, it's exactly what you would come to expect from a continuation edition. Like, think about what the transition from 8th to 9th was. It was meant, the first 6 months were mental. And that's what I think is an important thing to mention. Just because, it might sound like I'm saying it's boring or anything like that. Well, no, if you like the game now, you won't find it boring. You'll find this just as engaging as you have done. But if you're someone that's there, like, if you're someone that is, if you find 10th boring, you're not going to find 11th exciting. If you find 10th fun, you're going to find 11th fun. Okay, that's the situation. That's where you're at. And I'm not particularly dooming on it. Like I said, I'm just sort of think that's the sort of objective reality. There's some new interesting bits in here, but people are still going to be staging behind ruins. People are still going to be drawing secondaries and scoring them. People are still going to be doing primary missions, although they might be a little asymmetrical now, though they're nowhere near as asymmetrical as you first thought. You're still getting most of your points for standing on objectives. The objectives have changed shape now, right? Like it's different. Like I said, it's different in the detail, but in the general feel, it's going to be exactly the same thing. You know, it's in many ways you could. Some people will say it's heresy to compare the two, but in many ways it's kind of similar to going from like 3rd to 4th edition or 4th to 5th edition. Like, you know, what's basically they've tightened up and tweaked things in, not necessarily tightened up, but they've kind of taken what they had and changed a few bits about it, and maybe to try and improve things. They might have tried to improve them even if they haven't quite got it right. But yeah, it's kind of like that. It's not a radical shakeup And so I think for some people, they're going to be really disappointed with 11th. I think they are, because I think a lot of people have been pitting hopes on it. They've been hoping to hell that this game was gonna, for lack of a better term, I'm sort of paraphrasing what I've heard online, but they've been hoping that it'll make Warhammer fun again. And if you're in that sort of camp, I don't think 11th edition is going to do that for you. It's just not changed enough. It's just not different enough. You know, like, you know, you're going to turn up. If you turn up with your casual lists, you're still going to get absolutely wrecked because you didn't bring, because there are still going to be some units which are better than others. If anything, I'll say this: if I was to actually give some of my own personal doom onto this, I think the extremes of what is going to be considered good and what's going to be considered bad are going to be even more acute now. Especially when it comes to things like shooting. I mean, it's a bit of an extreme term, but I really do think that using shooting as an example, that there are going to be weapon systems and sometimes entire factions which are essentially going to be like segregated. Like, do you have the ability to get your shooting ignoring cover, hitting on 3s minimum? If you have that, you are now able to play the shooting game. If you don't have that, you do not bother including that shooting unit in your army. You're literally wasting points. That's where I think you're going to be. That's where I think it's going to be at. There are going to be, rather than just like units which are good at, rather than like looking at units which are like trash shooting or good at shooting, it's gonna be like whole factions are going to get like shut out of it. Like, I think Tau are going to be such a good faction for such a good shooting faction because they just effortlessly just get back to where they need to be. But if you try and then get into a shootout as a fact that maybe you are a shooting faction that doesn't have a lot of ignores cover. If you're a shooting faction that, you know, you are a shooting faction, but you just don't have a lot of ignores cover, you're locked out because the Tau are just going to do it so much better than you. And so I'm using shooting as an example, but I think you're going to see this kind of permeate throughout the entire game. I'm not really a combat guy, so I don't quite know combat as well. But I bet the pattern will emerge quickly. Because melee traditionally has always suffered more from this than shooting. Think about like in 10th edition when everyone complained about custodies, because if you're the best combat faction, you tend to lock the other ones out. So I think that, I don't know what it is for combat yet, but I think you're going to see that. So I think you're going to see not only internal balance be very black and white as it has been in 10th, but I think you're probably going, now that we've seen the full rules and we can get a real sense of the game, I think you're going to see certain factions basically. I don't necessarily know if the external balance is going to get long term much worse. Short term, I think it will do. But I think there are going to be situations where it's like you just going to lose this because you just don't have the right tools. Someone just has the better tools than you. So I'm sorry, your faction just didn't get given the data sheets it needed. You know, it just didn't get them. Yeah, I think World Eaters and Emperor's Children are going to be like a good example of this. Is like I think World Eaters and Emperor's Children are going to be fantastic because they have the speed and the overrun distance, because I think they've both got access to 6-inch overrun, right? 6-inch piling. They've got the speed and the overrun to really set up chaining multiple overruns, like bang, 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 just smashing people. So I think they're really going to be, I think they're going to be very good at it. But then, you know, you're going to have other factions where it's like, you know, like, I mean, dare I say it, like bog standard Space Marines. I actually think bog standard Space Marines might be in for a bit of trouble. Although, to be fair, Victrix might save them. But yeah, like, you know, if you're pretty good at combat, but you're not as good as, you know, but you don't have all of the little fancy tricks that you need to take advantage of the new rules, I think you're going to get left in the dirt. Yeah. So that's kind of that's where I'm at. I think the acuteness of balance is going to become even more acute, and a big part of that is because this is a continuation edition, because it's not a huge transition. You're going to have a lot of people with 3 years plus of accumulated knowledge of 10th edition competitively coming over to 11th, and you have to think. Here's another thing that's worth mentioning on the acuteness. A big part of this acuteness of like, is it trash or OP, comes from the community. Because you've got to think like the kind of players that are still playing the game by the end of 10th edition are pretty much the hyper competitive ones. They're the ones that, like, you know, people say have optimized the fuck out of the game. Well, if 11th edition is basically just an evolution of 10th, it's a continuation, that mindset is going to come along. And 11th edition, I think everyone can. I think if you're an immersive, narrative, casual, fun player who's left the game in 10th edition because the fact that the optimization and competitive play became like the be all and end all, you're not going to get tempted back with 11th edition. So the community that's transitioning from one edition to the next is the ones that are still like competitive play, smash. That's coming over. And then, yeah, we'll get a whole bunch of new players that come in. But the ones that are going to stick around in that kind of environment are also the ones that are going to like that kind of environment. So it's almost like it's the baggage, for lack of a better term, the baggage and mindset of 10th coming into 11th, I think it's going to have a really big impact on how this game ends up evolving and developing. I just don't think it's going to attract I just, in no way, shape or form do I see it attracting the narrative crowd back. I just don't. I mean, I could be wrong. I could eat my words, but I just don't see it. Now, speaking of like competitive play, I think it's important to note that the next 6 months are going to be mental. It's going to be mental. Like the meta is going to be off the chain. If you are a competitive player who likes crazy times, this is the best time, because this is when GW releases the community, the game to the community, and the community very quickly starts like breaking the shit out of it. And there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that GW didn't account for, which the community is very quickly going to unpack. And there's going to be a whole bunch of exploits and abuses that are going to very quickly come to the top of the rise to the surface. And GW is going to be like playing whack-a-mole, knocking these things back down. But it's in a crazy, you know, in a funny sort of way. It can be, if you like that kind of thing, it can be quite fun. The thing is, as doom and gloom as it might seem, like, you know, it not changed that much, I'm actually more looking forward to the next 6 months of 11th than I have been the last 18 months of 10th. Because yes, it's going to be broken. Yes, it's going to be bonkers. Yes, there's going to be multiple factions which will clearly be exploiting the rules better than everybody else, going around fisting everybody. But my God, it's not going to be stale. I mean, it won't last. I mean, it'll settle down relatively quickly. Like I said, 3 to 6 months. But the next 3 to 6 months is going to be absolute chaos. And that in its own can be quite an enjoyable state. It's, you know, it's not going to be sustainable. And it is going to be like, if you're tired of the treadmill now, you're going to be exhausted after the next 3 to 6 months. But it is at least going to be a time for like, it's going to feel a bit, it's going to feel from a competitive point of view, specifically from a competitive point of view, it's going to feel a bit fresher. If you've, you know, it's not going to be for long. Like I said, I think it'll get optimized pretty bloody quickly. I think you got top 6 months before things start settling down and staling out a bit. If GW doesn't do anything, of course, if they do stuff, they can kick that can down the road longer. But I think you've got 3 to 6 months of absolute mental meta excitement, and then, you know, with people, you know, you're going to see all sorts of videos like X faction broken the game, Y faction banned in Germany, because the Germans always end up banning things, I think, which is overpowered and everything. You're going to see all that kind of stuff. There's going to be loads of drama. There's going to be loads of crazy shit happening. That's what the meta is going to be like. That's what the meta is going to be like. But the game is going to be utterly unbalanced. Utterly, unfathomably unbalanced. There's going to be so many people crashing out about how their faction's shit, about how this other faction's super broken over OP. How could GW let this happen? How could the game release in this state? Blah, 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 blah. That's the fun shit. Again, from a competitive point of view, that's the fun shit. But this is why I keep saying, if you are a more casual vibes based player, this is going to sound like fucking hell to you. And it is, because it's exactly what happened in 10th. Yeah. So in summary, there's been some small changes. We've now got the details. There's been lots of small changes. We've got all the details of the small changes. They're going to have some pretty big impacts. And it's going to be a bit mental over the next 6 months. But if you don't like 10th, you're not going to like 11th. And GW, despite saying that it's going to be more narrative edition, that was just classic Games Workshop Warhammer community bollocks. That was just them fluffing you. That was it. That was just them telling you what you wanted to hear, so you might pick up a box or two before you realize that it's not more narrative. Yeah. There you go. Well, and before I close off, if you are a narrative player, if you are a casual player, and you are like, well, what the fuck do I do now? I don't want to come over to 11th edition. It sounds like fucking ass. The best thing, if you've got a play group that is similarly minded, or you know of a group of players that are similarly minded, this might be a time to do something which a lot of people have been doing. It's not that unusual anymore. It used to be unheard of. Now it's pretty commonplace. If you're not, it might be time to check out an older edition. And I'm not giving you a hard sell on that. Still buy your Warhammer models. Still have your fun. But it might, I'm not telling you to, I'm not saying play an old edition to not buy Warhammer. I'm telling you, like, there's a way you can still buy your Warhammers, scratch your hobby itch, and find an environment that's right for you. And I really think finding an old edition would be good. I could highly recommend 3rd, 4th, or 5th out of all of those. My personal favorite being 4th. If you're obviously a bit worried about certain units not being available in 4th edition, honestly, proxy a bit and homebrew. That's what I would say. But yeah, I just think now it's not a dirty word to play an older edition. A lot of people do it. It's not that uncommon anymore. You're not alone in the way you think, and those old editions are designed for players like you. They really, really are. That's what, because the people that were creating those games were designing them through a different lens, and the people that are creating new Warhammer editions are designing them through a completely different lens, and that's why the new edition, no matter until the stock line goes down, GW's never going to make the game more narrative. There's no incentive to do so. So yeah, I'm not being dooming. I'm trying to offer you a possible solution, because I don't just talk about problems without trying to talk about how we can fix them. You know, so if you're someone that really loves your Warhammer, wants to play a more narrative edition, and 11th edition is not fulfilling those hopes, check out 4th edition, all of the crazy supplements and codexes and shit that came out with that. Yeah. And there are some people in chat right now, because I haven't got the live chat on screen. I forgot to put it up, but we are doing this live. This is a stream highlight. There's some people in chat right now which are suggesting, you know, other game systems, and yeah, that is also an option. I mean, you guys know I shill and I ball wash Warlord games a lot. You know, if you want a sci-fi skirmish game, you know, you know what I'm going to say. Conflict 47, bloody great. And at the same time as 11th edition dropping, Conflict 47 is getting its next expansion. So, never been a better time to get in. But you've also got things like Battletech. And if you want to stay, you know, Battletech, I've heard Battletech is a pretty decent game, to be honest. Especially Alpha Strike. If you like Battletech, but it's a bit crunchy for you, check out Alpha Strike. Much more accessible game system. But if you want to stay within the GW bubble, you've got Old World. And even if you're someone that thinks, oh, I don't really like rank and flank, let me tell you, you might not think you like it. You get a little taste of it, you'll love it. It's actually really fun. The push and pull of the units grinding against each other, sort of exploding constantly, heady heights, terrible lows, less rerolls, all that kind of shit. Being able to, like, you know, having characters that don't die instantly, so you can, like, have a bit of a story build up around them. You know, if you want to stay in that GW bubble, Old World is probably the one for you. Yeah. There's loads of options out there, and I've left talk about other games to the end, because I know some of you don't you roll your eyes and start talking about other game systems. I know, I get it, but I'm trying to get the information out to you, but do it in a way that's kind of respectful and appreciates the situation. Yeah. All right. Okay. But all of that so in summary, we've had the leaks of 11th edition, and it's pretty much confirmed everything we already knew and suspected. And for some of you, that'll be really good news. And for some of you, that'll be really bad news. And neither one of you will be wrong. It's just that 11th edition is doing what it's doing. And there you are. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below, if you're watching this post live, or in the live chat right now if you're watching it live. There you go. All right. Wizardland Forever, we aren't the target audience anymore. That's it. You know, yeah. Yeah. I think that is the reality of the situation. We're just not the target audience anymore. Yeah, I can't believe I've done the whole stream without the bloody chat in the corner. There you go. All right, we've got a few super chats coming in here. Tactical Heckler, thank you, super chat. When MG supplementary rules set? What, you want me to fix 11th? Mate, I don't get paid £6 billion. You know, if GW gave me a cool mill, I'd do it for them. They can skim a mill off the top for me. I'd take me £1,000,000. I've got very Spartan needs, so I'd take my £1,000,000 and then I'd just retire. GW, if you ever want me to stop ripping into your new editions and everything, just bribe me. All right. Yeah, there you go. What have we got here? Cavasius, thank you for the 1 month member flex. So what? Reject the meta, embrace the Matt the guard. Embrace the guard. Yeah. I don't know what the Ma was meant to be. But yeah, absolutely. That's it, guys. Reject the meta, embrace the guard. That's the way. Trooper, thank you for super chat. It'll be just like that one scene from Gladiator. Are you not entertained? Throws of arms. What you mean, like 11th edition? I don't think. Look, I'm going to say this. I don't think anyone will be able to describe 11th edition as entertaining. The opening 3 to 6 months. All right, when it's absolute chaos and he's like swinging a guy's hand around. That's in a chain. Yeah. I was gonna say, I thought that'd be GW being like, "Are you not entertained?" And the crowd's like, "No, not really. We've seen you live stream Battle Report, GW." There you are. Trooper, thank you for super chat. Be like me, come play the most alive dead game ever, BattleTech. BattleTech, baby! I had to mention a bit of BattleTech. I had to. Gotta give you a BattleTech mention, Trooper. There you are. All right. So I've perked up a little bit. I know I said I was going to end the stream, but I perked up a little bit. But what am I don't know. I'm tempted to kind of end this stream and then do a bit of a bonus stream, maybe for an hour or two. Or maybe I'll just go to bed early for once in my fucking life. Who knows? I haven't decided. Squiggle to Sean, thank you. Thank you for the 10 month. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Dude, thank you for 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Amazing, man. That's awesome. That is awesome. Squiggle to Sean, thank you so much for the support. And I raised my glass to you, man. I appreciate it. I've gone tired again. I said I'm perking up, but then I've gone, yeah. It's the heat, man. This heat is wrecking me. Sleep is good for the body. It is. It is. I could do with a bit of sleep. Tomorrow will be cooler. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. I think it's cooling down over the weekend. So, yeah. I'm not going to be at UKGE tomorrow. I'm at UKGE on Saturday, 8 o'clock. Early start. Early start. Yeah. Squirrel Sean, go to bed. Yeah, I might do. Saturday, be there on Saturday as well. Nice. Very nice, Briggs. Hopefully we'll bump into each other. But I don't know if we will, because I'm going as press, so I don't know if that means I've got to do things differently. I've never been before. I guess we'll see. You hunt me down? Nice. We'll probably bump into each other, I imagine. Yeah. Probably bump into each other. Tomorrow, probably more news will drop. Yeah, probably, to be fair. Probably. All right. Press on, Lala. Well, I think what I'm going to do. Is I'm gonna wrap the stream up now. I'm gonna take a break, and then if I feel like jumping back on for an extra hour or two for a bonus stream, I will do. And if I don't, I don't. If I don't, I don't. So there you go. All right, but yeah, let's wrap this bad boy up, because we've sort of got to the end of all the. I'll say one thing, Matt. I'll say one thing. The changes are pretty thin. It is very much a continuation edition. It's thin changes which have the potential to have a big impact, but it is still pretty thin fucking changes. Yeah. It's a very, I don't know, boys. It's a very, very whelming edition. It's a very, very whelming edition. I'm really curious. I am genuinely curious to see how well 11th edition does. I'm really curious, because it just doesn't seem that exciting, man. Like no matter where you go, no matter where you go in the Warhammer community, it just doesn't seem like anyone's like super fucking like, It just doesn't feel like, yes, 11th edition. Oh my god, you have to play it. I'm just not. I don't know. I'm not seeing that from anyone anywhere. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, just seems very. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I'm not. I know. Obviously, I talk to you guys a lot, and you guys are all basically conflict converts at this point. But I guess the big question is. I guess the big question is like, are you? If you're so, are you someone who's been tempted away from 40k? Is 11th edition bringing you back? I don't think it is. So all I can hope for is when it gets in people's hands, the subtle changes that actually affect how 11th edition plays the way. I think it will. I think it will do. But I think it's gonna feel the same. That's the thing. Like, yeah, like screening's gonna be different. Like I said, different factions are gonna be on top and everything. But the feel is gonna be the same. It's still gonna take you 3 hours to play a game. It's still gonna be all about scoring points. It's still gonna be all about doing primary missions and secondary missions. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like there's gonna be it's gonna be a different way to play, but it's gonna feel the same. Yeah. I missed the rule sets of the old offline games that had all these broken units, characters, combos. People just had gentleman agreements about when to play the OP stuff. Also laughed about it. Yeah, I mean that's gone. That's gone to shit. Yeah, Dorkicus. That's never coming back. Not in 40k. Not the way it is right now. I mean, maybe 11th will be so mid it'll create a built actionless conflict voice ever could do any country. Hey, we can hope, right? Yeah. Honestly, at this point, if there was anything else in my area to play, I probably would be. Might not toss my millions on eBay, but I'd be playing something else. I know I've said this to you before, Hardcover Pilot. I know you've said it's there's not much traction for it, but you might be surprised. Now that people have seen 11th, I really would see maybe you need to lead the charge. You know, maybe you need to lead the charge, man. You might be surprised if there might be a lot of other people that are feeling particularly fucking whelmed by 11th, and they might be ready to. Maybe they weren't 6 months ago. Maybe they're in a different position right now. Yeah. The game doesn't feel sped up or simplified. It just feels like some stuff has changed. Some good, some maybe bad. But for 10th players, we just need to learn the differences. Exactly. And it'll take you like a few. It'll probably take like 2 or 3 games to learn. Well, half a dozen games to learn the differences. Yeah. I want my flavor back. I'm gonna huff 12th edition Hopium now. Sideswipe. You can't just like you can't wait 3 years, man. Dude, you only have a limited amount of time on this earth. You can't waste it hoping that 12th is gonna fix it, dude. Like, I think you just need to face the hard truth. I'm not gonna tell you what it is. You know what it is. I think you need to face the hard truth, man. But only you can face it. Yeah, 12th is likely going to be worse. Why would it go in a different direction? If 11th edition is successful, why would it go in a different direction? Alex Holt, to be fair, I think changing everything massively every 3 years is far too much. I think a small change now and a large change 12th. That said, I'm likely to enjoy the game as it is mostly about hanging out with friends anyway. I mean, I think it's funny. A lot of people say they don't like the amount that the game changes, but I think this was the one time when there was a lot of people that really wanted a certain hard reset about the game. It's not about having a reset, it's about a vibe shift. It's people want a vibe shift. That's what it is. It's not that they don't want to play Warhammer. It's just they want the vibe of Warhammer to change. They don't really care about the core rules. They just fucking hate the fact that everything is about optimization and all this kind of bollocks. Exactly. Bloodstone Fortress. Life is short. Enjoy the ride or look for the things that give you joy, my friends. Exactly. Yeah. All right. All righty-ho. Right, I'm going to end the stream now. I want to say a big thank you to all of you that joined today. I hope exciting day. All the leaks are out. Ah, my God. Very exciting day. I'm going to wrap things up. But like I said, thank you for joining. Thank you for liking, subscribing, chatting away, all of that good stuff. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you that super chatted and did all the super chats, the member flex, the gifted memberships. I hope we answered lots of your questions. I hope that you are now ticking over in your mind how you're going to approach the new edition and all that kind of good stuff. I might be doing a bonus stream. I'm going to have a little break, cool down a bit. I might end up doing a bonus stream for a couple of hours, you know, or I might not. If I don't, I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a daytime stream because I have got... to be at UKGE on the Saturday at 8 o'clock in the morning, which means it's a very, very early start for me. All right. Okay. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And, of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.